Go ahead.
Has it made me feel like
The world's a smaller place.
yeah, that's it.
Go ahead.
Has it made me feel like
The world's a smaller place.
yeah, that's it.
The world as we know it has evolved rapidly, and we constantly ask ourselves, how can we overcome the arduous challenges affecting humanity and the future? In UTM, these questions become the catalyst that transcends us forward. We answer them by igniting and fostering creative and innovative minds through academics and research. Science, technology, and engineering become the foundation of everything we do. Our students are encouraged to question beyond the norm, and learning goes beyond the campus walls. With a campus experience like no other, UTM provides students with an inclusive and supportive community where they are empowered to create, innovate, and become citizens that uphold our core values of integrity, synergy, excellence, and sustainability. More than a higher learning institution, UTM is the nexus that provides innovative solutions for industries and communities. Our research and innovation are designed with an end in mind, working collectively with partners to create value-added solutions for the betterment of humanity. This is carried out through our unique translational research and technology transfer programs. We know that for a nation to thrive, its ability to innovate is vital. Here at UTM, innovation is at the forefront where new opportunities are created. Our global presence comprises more than 100 nations through various collaborations, and our alumni have become agents of change and notable leaders locally and abroad. At University Technology Malaysia, we pride ourselves in the questions we seek answers to. For our existence is to solve problems by innovating solutions for a better future through science, technology, and engineering. In the name of God, for mankind. Kerana Tuhan untuk manusia.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the International Symposium on Medical Devices and Technology Conference as Meditech 2024. I am Adlisa Abdul Samad, your MC for today's morning session. Thank you all for being here. I would like to invite Dr. Ikwan to recite the dua.
Terima kasih pengurusi majlis. InsyaAllah kita akan mulakan majlis kita dengan umul kitab Al-Fatihah. Auzubillah minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wal 'aqibatu lil muttaqin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa li ikhwanina alladhina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'al fi qulubina ghillan lil ladzina amanu rabbana innaka ra'ufur rahim. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina wa la minna shaqiyyan wa la mahruma. Ya Allah, ya Karim, ya Wadud, kami memanjatkan kesyukuran kepadamu kerana mengizinkan kami untuk mengadakan dan turut serta dalam majlis International Symposium of Medical Devices and Technology. Ya Allah, ya Fa'alul lima yurid, hanya padamu sahaja kami panjangkan kesyukuran atas segala rahmat dan berkat-Mu. Bersempena dengan majlis simposium pada hari ini, Kami memohon inayah dan taufik-Mu. Kurniakanlah kesejahteraan dan kebahagiaan kepada kami. Bukakanlah hati-hati kami, lapangkanlah dada kami supaya kami dapat mengisi ilmu dan pengetahuan yang berguna untuk agama, bangsa dan negara. Kami memohon kepadamu agar Engkau berkatilah majlis ini dengan limpahan rahmat-Mu. Semoga segala usaha kami dalam menjayakan majlis ini mendapat keredaan dan hidayah-Mu. Sesungguhnya, pada hari ini kami berkumpul kerana-Mu, Ya Allah. Kami berkumpul untuk menimba ilmu, bertukar pendapat, menyumbangkan buah fikiran, menghubungkan silaturahim dan memberi sokongan ke arah meningkatkan lagi prestasi kami. Kami memohon kekuatan dari hadrat-Mu, Ya Allah, supaya kami yang hadir pada hari ini agar kami dapat melaksanakan segala kebajikan, dan kami mohon perlindungan dengan Engkau daripada melakukan keburukan. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami kekayaan ilmu, pengetahuan dan hiasilah dari kami dengan sifat lemah lembut, serta muliakanlah kami dengan ketakwaan dan indahkanlah diri kami dengan keimanan dan kebijakan. Ya Allah, Ya Ghani wa Hamid. Kurniakanlah jua kepada kami kesihatan anggota, kecergasan minda, ketenangan jiwa, kekuatan semangat. Semoga dengannya kami mampu mendepani cabaran, berdaya saing dan mampu mengangkat martabat diri, keluarga, masyarakat dan negara. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Dr. Ikwan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Young Berusaha Technologies Dr. Siti Aisyah Mualif, Program Chair as Meditech 2024, to deliver her welcoming speech.
Thank you, Ms. Adlisa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. I wish to Professor Dr. Muhammad Shahrizal Sunnah, Director, Institute of Human-Centered Engineering, University Technology Malaysia, Associate Professor in Senior Dr. Ardian Shah Shahrum, Director, Medical Devices and Technology Center, University Technology Malaysia, honorary speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Symposium on Medical Devices and Technology 2024. It is a privilege to have such a distinguished gathering of experts, researchers, and innovators from around the globe here today. In this symposium, we have the opportunity to explore the latest advancements in medical technologies, discuss groundbreaking research, and envision the future of healthcare innovation. With each presentation, panel discussion, and networking opportunity, we strengthen the bonds of collaboration and accelerate progress towards personalized, accessible, and equitable healthcare for all. I encourage you to engage actively, share your insights, and forge new connections that will drive transformative change in the field of medical devices and healthcare technologies. Together, let's chart a course towards a healthier, brighter future. Once again, welcome everyone to Meditech 2024, and I extend my warmest gratitude to all of you for joining this vital endeavor. I hope you will enjoy the symposium to the fullest. Thank you and have a nice journey with us today.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha, for your warm and inspiring welcoming speech. Next, it's an honor to invite Young Berusaha Prof. Dr. Muhammad Shahrizal Sunnah, Director of Institute of Human-Centered Engineering, Human UTM, to deliver the opening speech and officiate the symposium.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Associate Professor, Engineer Dr. Ardian Shah Shahrum, the Director of Medical Devices and Technology Center, University Technology Malaysia. Technologist Dr. Siti Aisyah Mualif, the Program Chair of International Symposium on Medical Devices and Technology as Meditech 2024, honorary speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Medical Devices and Technology Center, Institute of Human-Centered Engineering, iHuman, University Technology Malaysia, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the International Symposium on Medical Devices and Technology 2024. We are all gathered here for the expert sharing on the latest advances in the medical devices and technology, with the theme of Symposium, Emerging Technologies Towards Personalized Healthcare. I extend my warm welcome to all our esteemed invited speakers who have joined from different universities around the world, authorities, agencies, as well as industry. Your expertise, research, and insights are essential to the success of this symposium. We are honored to have such a diverse group of scholars and professionals who are at the forefront of medical devices technology. Each of you represents a unique perspective and bring valuable knowledge to the symposium. Your contribution will enrich our collective understanding of the advancements in medical technology and their impact on healthcare outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Institute of Human-Centered Engineering, iHuman, is a multidisciplinary research institute with the members who are experts in their field, including computing, electric and electronics, robotics, mechanical, sport technology, education, biomedical engineering, and psychology. iHuman explore the potential of human-centered technology to enrich, benefit, to transform our life. Our team consists of 4 distinct research centers, which is IJN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center, Media and Game Innovation Center of Excellence, MagicX, Sport Innovation Technology Center, SITC, and finally, the Medical Devices and Technology Center, Meditech, which is the organizers of this international symposium. We are all aware of the importance of having collaboration, and network will allow us to go beyond the limit. Through this symposium, we will expanding our networking in the field of medical devices and healthcare technology. As Meditech 2024 will be the best platform for everyone to gain knowledge and networking far beyond the thinkable. This is where the number of international experts, researchers, and industry professionals gather and share their proficiency with one main objective: fostering the global healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very significant theme this year, Emerging Technology Towards Personalized Healthcare, as Meditech 2024 explore more current trends and challenges that multiply technology can do for better personalization in healthcare. Advanced medical devices and technology are indispensable component in improving healthcare. It is achievable via advanced diagnosis, telemedicine, and remote monitoring, artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning, 3D printing and customization, advanced patient engagement medium, interoperability between medical devices and system, data security, and finally, regulatory framework and ethics. By combining these elements, healthcare professionals and innovators can work towards a future where medical intervention are tailored to individual characteristics, optimize treatment efficiency, and improving patient outcome. As Meditech 2024 provides an overview of most recent innovations and advancements in this disciplinary, I encourage each of you take this advantage of symposium interactive session, engaging in a meaningful conversation and establishing connection that may land and lead to the future collaboration and groundbreaking innovation. Various topics will be presented by the speakers. Therefore, I hope that this session will inspire new ideas, collaborations, and partnership that will shape the future of healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I'm honored to officiate the opening of International Symposium on Medical Devices and Technology 2024. May this ceremony mark the beginning of the transformative journey where ideas are exchanged, minds are expanded, and breakthroughs are made. To the organizing committees, I express my heartfelt gratitude for their dedication and hard working in planning and executing this symposium. The commitment and collective effort have made this symposium a reality. Finally, I would like to thank each one of you for being here today. May your presence will be making difference to the future of healthcare. Again, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you to S-Meditech 2024. Kindly seize this opportunity to get updated and engage with our panels of experts until 5 p.m. today. Together, let us pave the way of future of revolutionized medical devices and healthcare technology in improving the life of individual and community worldwide. Thank you, and may this International Symposium on Medical Devices and Technology 2024 will be the resounding success. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof, for your speech and for officially opening the S-Meditech 2024. A little reminder to all the participants, don't forget to fill out the Google form to confirm your attendance for the morning session. Without further ado, please welcome our first moderator, Associate Professor in Senior, Dr. Ardian Shah, to introduce our invited speakers and moderate the session. Dr. Ardi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Miss Lisa. I'm Ardiansa, your moderator this section. To all listeners, you may join us via Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Now, I would like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Edi Nuryatno. Dr. Edi Nuryatno is a health informatics by profession, a member Australian Institute of Digital Health, MIS specialist and researcher in area of informatics, data science, advanced digital, and ICT. His expertise include in EA, health data science, medical technology and digital health, urban and public health informatics. It identified science and practice around information in health that lead to informed the assisted health care and non-health agency to anticipate the activities of health sector. Graduated from Edith Cowan University, WA, with a PhD in MIS focus on human mechanism. He was recipient of 2 Australian Scholarship Awards, EUC PRS International and IPREP WA. Listed as COVID-19 expert in MIS and public health informatics by the Australian Academy of Science and members of ANZ COVID-19 international community. Registered as expert in informatics and communication science ICS by National Committee for Informatics, Information and Communication Science, Australian Academy of Science. Active in international forum engagements as invited speaker in webinar, public lecture, and to peer review publication in mid-2021. He was appointed as a contributor in COVID-19 education video campaigns by the Department of Health in Western Australia. Dr. Eddie also a co-founder of Asia Euro for Artificial Intelligence, AE4AI networks. This network provided the university academics and senior administration the opportunity to design innovative and actionable project aligned with a 3 subtopic: AI governance, AI in education, and AI for sustainable development. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Eddie. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Ardi. Prof. Ardi is my friend. Okay, hello everyone. Good morning, selamat pagi in Johor Bahru, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My special thanks, first of all, to the Symposium Committee, and greeting to my fellow speakers, colleague, and audience. This morning, I would like to bring everyone onto another scientific insight that's non-ordinary of the health informatics in a specific specialty of the aerospace medicine area. Okay, we'll prepare the slide and then share the screen. All right. Okay. Hope you can see my screen. So, if you were wondering about what is this about the aerospace health informatics? So, I would say it is a non-obvious area, but on the other hand, have a power over many potential risks and complication, yeah, to the health and safety to those with the environment. So within this presentation, I will share the significant point of the power of the information system within the health informatics that can reveal the competency context within this aerospace health informatics. I will start with the background first. Right. As you can see in here, I would like to highlight why the information system is very closely related to the health informatics. You know, as a specialist of the health informatics, or we can say as a health informatician that has been practiced for, I would say, a decade internationally, I see health informatics is as a transdisciplinary area of information system field. So the highlight will be the information system that integrating the different multidisciplinary of its core element. As you know, IS have a 3 core element. One is people, and then process, and then the technology. In which analysis and synthesizes and harmonize the link between discipline in a coordinate and coherent as a whole, as you can see in my screen here. This scientific insight of the health informatics around the information system fortunately lead to the informed and assisted healthcare and non-health agency to what? To anticipate the activity of the health sector. And to date, health informatics has been evolved over the past, I would say, a few decades and experienced a significant rapid growth regarding the application, research, and education, including the core competency to build digital health capacity within the health sector and started in the various articles of the health informatics. And now we go to the core of it. As you can see on my slide here, the current sub-area of the health informatics, I would say, is grouped into 6. We have the bioinformatics, clinical informatics, which is I'm involved very closely for, I would say, 8 years. And then nursing informatics, clinical research, consumer health informatics, and public health informatics. But it appears it was missed the aerospace medicine area. You know, medicine is not just only in the ground, but also in the aerospace. And I would say the aerospace medicine area as a unique specialty of the practice. And it focuses on the air and space travel that have power over many potential risks. You know, there's a lot of risks within the aerospace. And the complication to the health and safety of those within the environment. And the question is, do we have the competency for the health implementation? Now, it can be understood that the primary health concern is to deal with the medical issues that take place during human flight within Earth atmosphere or outside of it in the outer space, and the abnormality of those environments. In here, we can see that currently we have the framework that reveal about the competency in the health informatics. However, taking into consideration that the practice of the health informatics within the aerospace medicine has gained more challenging and extremely unique specialty, my research and team aim to explore the one of the competency is called the Australian Institute Digital Health Competency Framework that by employing the grounded theory to elaborate potential health informatic competency within the aerospace medicine, which I would stress again, departing from the common medicine science is primarily concerned. So, for your information, what is the AIDH competency framework? It is a comprehensive framework that encompasses the dynamic nature of the digital health and the challenges and the opportunity it presents. So, it drawing the above mentioned intellection, our research examines the AIDH new competency framework and its relationship within the common medicine science, you know, the common medicine science like us now, and its relationship within the aerospace medicines to discover the factors that will determine the aerospace HI core competency. HI is the health informatics. And our research question that time, what are the critical factors generating the aerospace health informatic competency? Because we don't have the health informatic competency for the aerospace medicine yet at that time. So within this theory, we try to dwell deep into the literature and seeking for the answer. What will be the best? What will be the best competency that will be reflect the aerospace health informatics? In here, I believe everyone is quite familiar with the grounded theory, but I would like to highlight when we try to let's say examine all the literatures, we need to have the a very good validation in terms of the validating the accuracy of the information that we gain from the literature. As you can see in this flowchart, you can understand that we will begin with the qualitative data and then go to the information, go to the knowledge, description, and insight. Basically, this one was the philosophy of the information system. So it's nothing new, but quite good enough because the grounded theory has a critical role in information theory that will identify the relationship or the interconnection factors. I would say factors is the data that is quite difficult to unveil through other alternative approach within the qualitative methods. Why qualitative? Of course, there's so much of the literature that we need to uh, check, exam, etc. That I believe, and we will believe that the methodology within the grounded theory will involve multiple level of analysis, which is very good to unveil what will be the factors and the data itself. Okay, in here, I would like to bring you to break down the grounded theory methodology from the, of course, from the information system perspective. Um, as you can see in here, I put people as the first because people are the agent who knows what and how to perform the activity with the knowledge for the job. What job? The health informatician, of course. And here in the process is the ability, the agent that motivated and engaged to achieve the higher performance of the job. So you can see the relation in here now. And while technology on the bottom related to the agent right skill for the job in applicating their knowledge, so implementation for their knowledge for achieving practical goals. Therefore, it can be hypothesized that this element were the influences of the principal data of the aerospace health informatic competency. Next, in here, this is a very normal literature map of the theoretical overview. However, as you can see in here, we were exploring the core of elements within the information system theory. And we were wondering what is the general concept within the competency itself, and but looking through from the affairs perspective. As you can see in here, we have the information system core element, and we have the health informatics as a transdisciplinary. And we would like to gaining the knowledge what is the development within the health informatics, especially in the competency development. And then, is there any evaluation? Of course, we check the evaluation. And is there any investigation or review? Yes. So there's a lot of literature review to check. In here, this slide identify the unique capability of theoretical and practical aspect of the aerospace medicine, which departing. Oh, sorry. This one. Let me check again. Okay. This one is a framework competency was consisting of 6 domains. This is from the Australian Institute Digital Health. This framework consisting of 6 domains of expertise in which health information require cognitively as a competence aligned to the 3-6 revised Bloom taxonomy. So as you can see, according to a Bloom taxonomy, we have understanding, we have applying, and we have analyzing. So that's the core of the health information should be. As you can see here, we have the understanding, applying, and then analyzing. And we can see health sciences, information system, even in IT, leadership and management also included, social and behavioral science, and also core of the health informatics. So I believe it's quite related to what you all do within the medical devices and technology. This is Symposium. And by utilizing this Bloom taxonomy, the framework addressed the value of learning goals and objective level, which clarify the order of thinking, the potential of information is expected to obtain. Next in here, this slide is identify the unique capability of theoretical and practical aspect within the aerospace medicine. So as you can see here, we have three group within the aerospace. Why? Aerospace is quite unique, which departing from the common medicine science is primarily concerned within the common health informatic competency as well. So I would say aerospace medicine can be defined as a specialized medical science as it deals with the medical issue that may occur during human flight within Earth atmosphere and also outside the atmosphere. Nonetheless, this unique capability poses a wide specific medicine area within the aerospace. For instance, it can be applied in civil aviation. Like in Australia, we have flying doctors that the doctor fly to the remote area and bring the patient back to the nearest fine facilities in the metropolitan area. So the doctor will be treat the patient inside and within the flight. And then we have the military aviation also, and don't forget, we also have the space medicine. Now, if you were wondering why space medicine, now the technology is already brought people, human being, to the outer space, and human also can be sick. And in here, interestingly, space medicine have a couple of factors like human factor in space and also their behavior, performance, and let's say the human health within the space environment itself, and then what about the space radiation, etc. So everything need to be understood. Lastly, nearly lastly, the aerospace health informatics core competency. So based on the broad ranging area within the aerospace medical sciences, we try to create the factor, the critical one, and its element within the capability. So we can map them inside the health informatics framework. So in here, after we collected, observed, review, and analyze all the complexity of the literature, our research validated the accuracy of the information gained from the literature and generate the aerospace health informatics competency. As you can see in here, there are a couple of 4 groups in the critical factors. One is the IS theory perspective. So we don't forget about the information system because it's the core. And then we try to put the Levi-Strauss Bloom taxonomy within the objective level. And then we try to merge the AADH competency framework and then the competency itself within the areas of the aerospace medicine. So we have the element here, and then we have the capability. This is the result. So before we only have 6, now we have 7 within the aerospace. So we hope it will be completed the framework within the health informatics because, again, the medical science is not just only in the ground, but also within the aerospace. In here, let's say we have around 40 primary studies that we review and we examine and analyze, which we have resulting in 4 critical factors group and their context. And inside the aggregating of the critical factor gave a deep understanding why the aerospace health informatics competency and its capability outline the framework. So this research has been explored the aerospace health informatics between the common medicine science one and the aerospace. However, further study need to be required to enhance the comprehensiveness of the capability. I know nothing perfect, so we need to get more study. Specifically, we need to get another knowledge within the what will be the training skill for the aerospace health informatician, what kind of the individual skill, technical capability, and of course the specific skill within the aerospace medicine field. So what will be the conclusion of this? I just wanted to stress out that health informatics can do much than the common medicine sciences. It can be do on the aerospace, it can be do also in the ground. And the point is the power of the health informatics is resides within its information system philosophy. So there's so much things that we can research, can be done, and can be looking through within this health informatics area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Eddie. Now we move to another session. Yeah, we will have the question and answer session. The first question comes from I have in my chat. Thank you, Dr. Eddie, for your inspiring and innovative talk. My question is, how can we emulate the aerospace health informatics to health informatics in our hospital and community system?
Yep. Very interesting questions. Thanks, Prof. Adi. All right. Let's see. It's quite different within the medical science, the common medical sciences that we all know now within the aerospace. For example, most the patient being treated within the aerospace is within the aerospace. Let's say the flying doctors in Australia. They've been called from Perth, for example, to the remote area. And then if you wondering what is the flying doctor is like an ambulance, but in the air. So it's an ambulance in the air. Can you imagine you treat the patient within the different environment? For example, if you put the intravenous like the IV, can we put like the counting for the IV within in the common medicine and also in the flight? Is that different? Of course, it's different because of the altitude, etc. And where the health informatics will be participating within the aerospace health informatics, we try to understand what will be the procedure, and then we create some like the system that can I don't know how to say it, but it can be inform the doctors and the nurses within the flight, something similar like that. So it's not treated by in the hospital, but we are focusing within the air, something like that, Prof.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Eddie, for your answer. We wait another question. Okay, from Dr. Faiz.
What would be the biggest challenge?
From the Doctor, in your opinion, what would be the biggest challenge in applying medical informatics to aerospace medicine?
Okay, I think medical informatics, so it's specific to the health informatician, I believe. I would say the competencies. That's why we are trying to reveal the competency first, because without the competency, we don't know what is the guidance. We need the guidance, what we need to understand, what we need to analyze, what we need to apply within the medical informatics in the aerospace medicine. So I would say the biggest challenge will be the competencies.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. We have another question is from Dr. Aisha Mualif. Thank you, Dr. Eddie, for your insightful sharing. Firstly, may I ask, is it highly cost? Secondly, is it worldwide implemented, especially in advanced country?
Yes, if highly cost, of course, without the facilities. But let's say this one is related to the second questions. I believe every country have the Air Force, right? Yeah, every country have the Air Force. So in the basic term, we already have the facility to do the research within the aerospace health informatics. For example, this research was a joint collaboration between the UWA and one of the military in Indonesia. So it's called the Indonesian Air Force. They have the facility, they have everything there, but no one can be, know about the what should I do within the health informatics. So within the competency, it will be guide. It will be guide, and we can select people. We can select people, or we can train people with the medical sciences background to be a health informatician. So I would say, is it worthwhile implemented, especially in advanced country? Even in not advanced country, it can be implemented. So yeah, don't worry about it. As long as we have the knowledge
You
and
mean
the
is
facility.
the government will, right?
Yes, a very common. Yeah, the common facilities.
Okay.
So that will be my answer
Thank
because
you.
I'm already there.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Eddie, for your answer. I think we have the running time.
Oh,
As Meditex organizing committee would like to thank Dr. Eddie Nuriatno for being with us today. Hope to meet you again. Yeah. With that, I will end the session. I hope we have another conference. Yeah? I hope we have another conference, Dr. Eddie, in next year. I Meditech. Maybe we can join again during the conference by next year. Thank you again, Dr. Eddie, for your time. Yeah, I offer to you the MC. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry. Now we continue to another speaker. Yeah, another speaker is Mr. Johari Abu Kasim from Managing Director at StarMedic Groups and President Malaysian Medical Device Manufacturer Association Parenting. Good morning, Mr. Johari.
Good morning,
Happy to
everyone.
meet you again. Yeah, I think we have met you a few times. Yeah, in MDA, and we have another meeting in KKM
Yes.
on the biomedical roadmap, I think.
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
We did.
yeah.
Good to see you again.
Thank you so much. Okay, I remind again to all listeners, you may join us via Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Johari Abu Kasim. Mr. Johari Abu Kasim is a Group Managing Director at StarMedic Group and President Malaysian Medical Device Manufacturer Association Parenting. His experience is Medical Device Manufacturer Association, ya, Persatuan Pengilang-Pengilang Peranting Perubatan Malaysian, President, start by 2019 until now. Beside the core job as Managing Director StarMedic Group, Johari lead Industrial National Association. These appointments lead this national association come with responsibilities and vision to develop the medical device manufacturing industry into country key economic sector to promote export and strategic partnership in high-tech medical equipment. Perantip is association that a group Malaysian medical devices manufacturers certified ISO 13485 and minimum 51% Malaysian shareholding, one on one platform under same collective vision and mission. Yeah, governments, trade delegation and business trip. The first is Kilit's trade delegation to Sao Paulo, Brazil from medical advice meeting and business matching 2020 under ETA Madrid. Second is Kilit's trade delegation to South Africa medical device exposition Africa Health 2020. Participant member trade delegation to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan 2020. Participant members trade delegation to Moscow and Saudi Arabia 2018. Speaker and panel for ASEAN Pacific Economic Council APEC Forum 2022. Exclusive Business Forum by SME Corp 2022. Universities, UIA, USIM, UNIMEP, and Chamber for Commerce events. And Mr. Johari got a various award and condolites, Icon Usahawan Global Mara 2020 and 2023, Inclusive Business Award winner 2022 at the 5th ASEAN Inclusive Business Summit in SIEM Rep Kamboja representing Malaysian, Madrid Expo Award 2019, Best Exporter Program SME Bank 2019, Leadership in COVID-19 Award in 2021, CSR Program, CME Corp Enterprise in 15 in 2016. Last but not least, Hamilton Medical Asia Pacific Recognition Award and Partnership Award 2006, 2008, 2010, 2014, and 2016. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Johari. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Doctor, for the kind introductions, very long introductions. I'm flattered. I'm actually very grateful for the invitations today. I don't have any slides. It's going to be very, what you call these, direct explanations and presentations. Please feel free to ask any questions. You can write it down during the conversations or during the presentations. I'd be happy to answer. Quick introductions about myself. My name is Johari Abu Qasim. I'm the Group Managing Director of Star Medic Group, which is we are one of the biggest distributor of ventilators, medical ventilators. Of course, during the recent pandemics, ventilators has become one of the biggest topic, very popular topics, because every time that we have pandemics, we always have not enough. The country always have not enough of ventilator in the country. So we are one of the people who have been chased for more ventilators during the pandemics. Of course, I'm also the president of Malaysian Medical Device Manufacturer Association, Peranti Perubatan Malaysia. To be a member of these associations, you have to be a manufacturer. To be a manufacturer of medical device, you have to have ISO 13485, indicating that you are a manufacturer, and also you have to be at least 51% owned by Malaysians. That's the reason why in my association of Peranti, we don't have people like B. Browns, people like Boston Scientifics, because they are not Malaysians company. So we are just focused on the Malaysians manufacturer. Of course, like Doctor just now explained, our visions, Peranti vision, is to make medical device manufacturing as one of the key economic factors or key economic contributors to the country, especially in the export market. Yeah, because Malaysia was never be a major medical device manufacturer. We always like to import medical device. Actually, that leads to my presentation today, the opportunity and of course challenge in medical device industries. Yeah, we import almost 70-80% of medical device or pharmaceutical items and products every year. Yeah. Let's not talk about the high-tech medical. We don't produce things like ventilators. Of course, we don't produce things like X-ray machines. Everything that you see in ICU room mostly are imported products. Yeah. But we have the capabilities to produce our own products, especially when it comes to disposable things like catheters. We do import it. Things like tools. We do manufacture tools. Of course, Malaysia is known to be the biggest exporter, manufacturer and exporter of glove, medical glove. So that's the good parts of being in a country where we have a wealth of resources. Of course, our rubber in the world is one of the top grade. We call it SMR rubber, Standard Malaysia Rubber, that give us the access to resources to produce a lot of good quality rubber-based product, medical-based products, and especially glove. Okay. Before that, I understand that there's a lot of students, researcher, industrialists, intellects in this forum today, in this symposium today. So I would like to do more engagement. You have any questions later on towards the end? I will or the organizer will leave you my contact details. You have anything that you want to follow up maybe further, by all means, please do not hesitate. Yeah. Like I said, we have a lot of resources. So despite that, we import most of the products. Okay, we import most of the products. So there's a huge opportunity for us. Okay, especially for Malaysian manufacturer to start looking into products of that we can produce and manufacture by ourselves. At any time that if you walk into a hospital, okay, we just walk to any hospital, especially the main hospital, there are about 30 over thousands products or medical device products. Yeah, you can just pick and choose. Okay, so maybe the natural questions will be how many actually we produce from these 30,000 over medical device products. We are producing probably less than 20 products so far, Malaysians, from local usage and also for exports. Okay, so huge opportunity definitely. Okay, so if we were to produce, our populations, of course, we know is very small, 36 million. Okay, despite that, okay, we still have huge opportunity. What is actually the size of the global market? Okay, this year we are looking at about 700 or 800 million, 2024, 2025 million ringgit. 700 to 800 billion ringgit globally, the size of the market of medical device. And we are going towards $1 trillion market in 2028 to 2030. So the opportunity is definitely huge. Yeah. Last year, our Prime Minister PMX announced the biggest ever budget ever given to medical device, in the medical industries. Prime Minister announced 42.3 billion ringgit for medical industries. Of course, 60-70% to the management of the hospital, like the salary, the maintenance. But we have good 15 billion, 20 billion for the industry to look into, to produce, and maybe to generate new or invent new products for the usage of our country. If I can just bore you guys with some statistics, for Malaysia in 2023, total trade of healthcare, when I talk about healthcare, it actually include pharmaceutical and also medical device products. Total trades for Malaysia is about 50 billion. Okay, we import about 20 billion of it. About 40% we import of this healthcare. Yeah, of this from this 20 billion, medical device is about 8 billion, and pharmaceutical, when pharmaceutical, we're talking about medicines and the likes, is what 11 billions. So we are really depending on imports products. Our country really depending on import products. Okay. So let me just give you some example. You can see how, because I would like to emphasize the opportunity of this industry before I go to the challenges. If you can take a look of these tubes, just call these tubes. Okay, this is just a normal tubes. Okay, if you go to DIY shops, okay, this tube can be used for and this probably will cost you about 5 ringgit per meter, maybe, you know, this tube. Okay, but if this tube is produced for the purpose of, this is a catheter for oxygens, okay, the same tube will probably cost us about 20 to 30 ringgit, one piece tube. Okay, and if this product is sterile products, it can carry factor of 3 to 5 more times of the pricing. Okay, of course, along the way, to upgrade this status, they have certain guideline and certain audits that need to be done. But again, the same product produced by Malaysian Rubber, okay, from a 5 ringgit DIY price to probably about 100 ringgit sterile product. This is we use in the medical industries. That's how the vast difference when we talk about margins in medical industries. Okay, let me just continue talking about the challenge in the industries. Okay, of course, the biggest challenge that any of the medical products that before it can be used or sent to the hospital, it has to be registered. Okay, it has to be registered. Almost all countries now have their own registrations regimes, including us. We have a medical device authority. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Puan Aida is one of the speaker later on. She's from the medical device authority. Any product need to be sold in our hospital has to be registered and approved by MDA. Every country that they want to receive imports product, they have to be registered. The distributor has to be registered. Five top certifier or gold reference when come to registration. Of course, the biggest one is US FDA. All the country in the world will accept US FDA. So far, I have not heard any country who rejects US FDA. The second is definitely European Union, CE mark. That's the biggest two gold reference in terms of medical device registrations. And every country, they have their own registrations. Sometimes, like for example, South America, Brazil, they call it ANVISA. In Austria, they call it TGA, or Austrian Registrar of Therapeutic Goods. Korea, they have Korea FDA. Japan, they have Japan FDA. Saudi FDA. Every country, they have to go to certain FDA. Of course, the purpose of this definitely is to make sure, to ensure that the product to be used by the patients are good product, registered product. We ourselves also, if we were to be treated in the hospital, or if any one of our family to be treated in the hospital, we also want to be treated with good product, to be treated with a registered product, not any fake product, because fake product can fail, and fail product in hospital can spell disaster. So especially when it comes to high-tech machine, we had so many stories recently about failed ventilators. We had some stories about high-tech machines which is failed in the hospital. It turned out to be is not properly registered and audited. So this is the key things. When any of the products produced by any manufacturer, even to be used locally in Malaysia or export to any other countries, they have to go through the registrations. To be registered, of course, there are certain preconditions. Okay, to be these conditions includes audits Yeah, audits to be done by the certified audit or the CABs in any of the countries. The assessment bodies, which is registered or sanctioned by all the each and individual countries. For example, if the product to be registered in Malaysia, okay, depending on the class, it can be class A, class B, depending on class are determined by the distance to the patients. If it's not invasive to the patients, it can be class A or class B2. This detail probably you can get more during probably Pon Aida from the MDA will explain more about this detail of classifications. But all the classes, all this product has to be audited by the certified auditors. So it will depends based on the usage, the complexity. It can take from 14 days all the way to probably 2 years, depend on the years. In the recent year, CE, European Union, upgrade their certification system or certification status from CE MDD, Medical Device Directive, to MDR, Medical Device Requirements. Okay, so any products registered under CE or certification Europeans has to be upgraded from MDD to MDR. It sounds very simple, from D to R, MDD to R, but for the Malaysian manufacturer, it means one product 300,000 to 500,000 cost of audit, and the process will take about half a year to 2 years. So depends on that. Okay, before it get to be certified, it cannot be sold to hospital. Okay, that's the challenge. So most of the medical device manufacturer has to have these certifications. Okay. Of course, medical device, the technology moved very, very fast. Okay, we have before this, the association was approached by the university to look into probably marketing or selling their products. If I can just, take this as an example, they bring us a wheelchair, a battery operated wheelchair. Okay, it's very novel product. You can take the battery and put in any of the wheelchair, the normal wheelchair, it can become automatically will become an battery operated. It's very good. But I told them, I have been to Medica. Medica is the expositions, the international exposition every year being held in Germany. These expositions is the place for, if you guys have a good interest in medical device industries, you have to go to this exposition. It is the place where they actually showcase all the new technologies and everything. During the time that the local university sent to Perantim to evaluate their battery operated we call this wheelchair, in Medica, I have seen wheelchair which is attached to the body can help the patient to stand up and walk like a normal human person. Okay, that's how fast, how different, how vast the differences between our current situations in terms of technology and the current situations in international or developed countries. So for us to catch up, we really need not only the determinations, but also the financial proneness to make sure that we are actually at par with all the technology. I have seen disposable ventilator being tested on a live pig in Turkey. So we here in Malaysia, we are still talking about pneumatics ventilators. So I don't want even to talk about medical IoT, big data, wearables technology, especially when it comes to diabetics and everything. So the technologies move very, very fast. We have a university last time who actually produced a very great product, new inventions. I can't really recall the names, but it's actually use the human-owned electric nodes to determine the chemotherapy treatments. But the problem is that in medical industries, you have to have volume to produce this kind of product. Otherwise, it's very difficult for you to achieve your ROI. of course, again, talking from this perspective of also business. So that idea has to be stopped because there's no takers, because it's almost impossible to produce this product at high volume usage to make sure it has the capacity to give ROI to the investors. So that's another story about again. Okay, so that's one of the key challenge about doing business, especially when talking about the cost of doing business, the certification, the export cost. Everybody knows now is wartime, so the shipment passing through the Gulf in Middle East are all being scrutinized. So the insurance costs really increased in the recent years. So our export to European are really affected. So these are the kind of things that actually affect the business from the business perspective. I don't think I have much more time. It's like another 5 minutes, but I would like to leave this forum symposium with note that actually we Malaysian manufacturer, we are known to produce one of the top quality medical products, but the challenge and the determination has to be these are huge challenge for us to face, but of course we are always determined to make sure that it happens. So I will encourage, especially students, especially the intellects, especially the industrialists to look into more new products, because our market, we need to expand more in the manufacturing sector. So I think I will end here, despite there's plenty more for me to talk about, especially when it comes to the industries. I will happy to take any question if there is any. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Johari. The question is a lot. The question is a lot. I think you give a very insightful topic. The first question comes from Dr. Izwin. What is the pattern of local manufactured medical device in Malaysia, especially now in the post-pandemic era? Is there any improvement since we have started manufacturing our medical device?
Thank you for the question. I think it's very good questions. The thing is like this, Dr. Izwin, if I pronounce your name correctly.
Yeah, Dr. Izwin.
Malaysia is Izwin. Malaysia is not known to produce high-tech medical device. We are always the importer. We are not manufacturer of medical, ventilator. I'm not manufacturer of even X-ray machines. Okay, we are known in the world to be the exporter of glove. Okay, glove is we can call that as a high-tech disposable. So we have seen some initiative by the government and also some of the initiative by the listed company to produce medical device. But the past 2 years, we have not seen anything yet, to be very regretfully, because like I said, I have a lot of engagement with the government, and every time I have government, I said, this COVID is not our first pandemic. Before this, we have bird flu, swine flu, so many things that we have faced. And every time we have to beg from other countries to provide us these high-tech equipment. So that's the reason why I really encourage those intellects at the universities and everything to work together with industries to produce these high-tech machines, especially those critical equipments. Even like oxygen concentrator, it's not that high-tech, okay? But at one point in time during the it was critically low oxygen concentrator. So there's a lot of things that we need to be done. And if you're talking about the pattern, Dr. Izwin, yes, not much of a thing actually going. We really need to work as a team to make our country move progress better in the medical industries.
Okay, thank you. We go to next question from Mr. Zulfadli. Good morning, Mr. Johari. Can you advise and share on how Malaysian medical device industries can grow and take advantage to penetrate the Malaysian medical device market?
Oh, very good question. Thank you, Encik Zul or Dr. Zul. Okay. Malaysian device industries, especially local market, like I said, we have 36 million populations, okay, and most of the things that we produce locally are disposables. Market is there, okay, but Perantim's vision is actually to grow export. So we cannot be jago kampung or local player only. We can produce our product and sell locally. We have to look into a vision of 36 million. We have to look to a vision of 7 billion. That's the whole world market offering to us. Okay, Malaysian market is there. Okay, you walk to any hospital, you will see. Okay, I want to do this product. For example, this test pen. You can produce it and you can start by selling in the domestic market as a trial, definitely. But I always encourage any of the industrialists to go into the export market because there is what you want to do. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We go to next question from Dr. Faiz. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Why do you think not many local companies are produce healthcare product? It is because the lack technology or resources or the competitiveness.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Faiz. The local manufacturers, this is the thing. If you have the opportunity to visit factories, of course, you want to visit Star Medic factories, you are welcome. Okay, of course, we have to do the arrangement and everything. For me, currently we produce what you call this pre-filled bubble humidifier. We are among only in the world. There's 11 companies. Star Medic is one of the producer of pre-filled bubble humidifier. If you go to my website, you can understand what is the product is all about. To produce that product, currently we are exporting to 22 countries all over the world. To produce that product, I have to invest into 4 factories. Okay, 4 factories. Just one product, yeah. 4 factories. Okay, each factory is about 22 to 24,000 square feet, and also machineries, and also I have to invest on marketing and sales. What I'm trying to say is this. That's the reason why if talking about manufacturing, okay, you can only probably produce 1 or 2 products because of the space, because of the investment, because of the financial requirement is huge. That's the reason why, knowing very well that local company, when talking about financial requirements and our what I call this appetites, our local bank appetites and everything, that's the totally different story altogether. We asking for the government support. Definitely, some of them we get, some of them we don't, and the local support from the banks. These are all the challenges that I can mention during I didn't mention the presentation, because the time factor. But these are the things that we have to look into and we have to experience. So this is hopefully can answer your question, Dr. Faiz.
Okay. From Amin Jumaat, are beauties device regulated as medical device in Malaysia? If so, is there a separate category for registration beauty device?
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, beauty is totally different category altogether. You can categorize beauty with medical. Definitely different category altogether. Of course, when we talk about sales of a medical device, you are backed by clinical evidence. You are backed by testing, certified audit and everything. Certain of the beauty products, like lots are available in the market, are all based on claims and based on testimony basis. The testimony is not medical test or clinical test. Yeah, I mean, so that's the reason why it's very important, or very I think I always like to emphasize it when there are beauty products being sold in the market, saying that they can improve your we call this renal function atau buah pinggang, or they can improve your health. That's very dangerous because their claims does not backed by any clinical test and or audits. So beauty is just it actually is controlled by another bureau of pharmaceutical, if I'm not mistaken. So it's regarded as a medical device in Malaysia. Is just another industry by itself. But I would like to emphasize, if I may, that when it comes to beauty, please be very careful, especially if they claim they can do this, they can do that. Always do not based on testimony, always based on clinical tests. Yeah, testimony, everybody can say testimony. Dia minum suddenly become better, become a lot. But be very careful because certain of the ingredients in some of the beauty products is very dangerous, and you guys have to be very careful about it. Thank you thank you, Chairman, for the question.
Okay. From Dr. Nurhana binti Yusuf, previously, due high demand during pandemic, we might imported excessively the medical device product. Can you give the opinion, the current situation?
Thank you, Dr. Nurhana. Actually, that's a very good question. During the pandemic, I'm one of the people who very so-called vocal and loud, and some of the agency are quite don't like me because I feel there are certain things because of the pandemic we tends to we call it relax our regulatories, which is not supposed to be. Okay, especially when come to during that time. If you go to Perantin website or my LinkedIn page, there's a long story I actually write to the newspaper explaining the reason why we are against, for example, the PPE used by the support staff and everything. Some of them being done by the school, for example. Okay, I told them this product before the pandemic has to be certified, has to be ISO, produced in a place where it is certified ISO. Not just because pandemic, anybody can do and send it as a donations. Okay, what happened if the user using it and there's a leak? It's very dangerous. So there are certain things during the pandemic. I think it's a bit. We also, of course, there's some. If I may, the word we use the word lacking for the lack of better words in medical device control products, but we have my opinions is very clearly stated. It's published in the newspaper. It's published in my some of the journal. That is actually we have to have a system or people to have to manage when come to these kinds of situations. Thank you, Dr. Noana.
I agree, Mr. Johari. Need to be certified first, then you need to go to the market.
Exactly.
Okay, I have maybe the last question. This is from we are one of the research center in Malaysia focused on the medical device. Actually, we work closely now with the medical device authority in Malaysia. We develop certified course with the MDA. Also, Meditech willing to looking on the ecosystem actually on medical device to have the government to develop the ecosystem. I think this one is slightly problem in the Malaysia. We hope our Meditech can contribute. For your information, we have various experts in the Meditech, and the question is it how we can collaborate with the industry and the government to develop very good ecosystem. Since if I looking on the investment, medical device in Malaysia is currently now is quite high increment, yeah, compared with the previously. Maybe you can give us some suggestion how we can contribute a lot in the medical device community to develop a good product for Malaysia and for other country as export.
Thank you, Doctor, for the questions. Of course, we have to work very closely, definitely, the industrialists and also the intellectual universities and everything, so that we can form this, we can foster this relationship, especially when to produce a new product, new inventions. I will always tell the lecturers during a lot of my speeches in university that, you guys have to come and see us before you guys produce the paper to produce the product, because it could be good in terms of paper, but when it comes to marketability, probably the product is actually obsolete or outdated, you know. We can give that input, okay, not necessarily towards the end. We can give the inputs from the beginning, because the medical device is so huge, so attractive in terms of return of investment. So the challenge is definitely there. But to spend 2-3 years in producing one product, at the end of the day, it cannot be used. It's not marketable and everything. It will be a big waste. So first of all, I think we welcome the industry, especially Peranti, welcome in any university, any of the higher learning institution to engage with us, especially to obtain opinions in producing new products, not only for the purpose of producing papers, of course, in terms of producing the end products, because once you produce the product, does not just stop there. It will involve audits. It will involve how we're going to do export market, going to how to market, to join the exposition, especially those big exposition in Germany and in Dubai and everything. So it's actually a long process. Okay, it's not just one segment. It's actually segment to segment, making a very long process. So I would suggest, doctor, or to everyone, to engage industrialists or to engage association like us, Peranti, in any of your initiative or any of your plans in the future. Thank you, doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Johari. I think we have plans in this year. We'll visit the industry, few industry. I think the StarMedic we will visit in this year. I will communicate with you again. I think the time is. I think she still have the few questions actually, but the time is running over. We have another speaker. Yeah, wait for this session. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Hari, for your contribution. Yeah, as Meditech organized committee, we would like to thank Mr. Johari for being with us today. Hope to meet you again. With that, I will end the session. Offer to you our MC, Lisa.
Thank you, Dr. RD and our distinguished speakers. Next, I have the pleasure of inviting our second moderator, Associate Professor in Senior Technologies, Dr. Noor Hasrul, to introduce our esteemed speakers and oversee the session. Dr. Hasrul, you have the floor.
Hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Miss Chairperson. I'm Nur Hasrul Akmal bin Ganiman. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Salwa Mahmud, a luminary in mechanical engineering, earned her PhD from University Technology Malaysia in 2016 and now enlightened minds as a senior lecturer at University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Specializing in the intricate dance of life cycle assessment and sustainability, her scholarly pursuit navigate through the real arm of sustainable product life cycle, operational management, and industrial engineering. Certified in both initial and advanced ergonomic by the Department of Safety and Health Malaysia, Dr. Salwa melds expertise with practically fostering safer and more efficient workplace. Her credentials are further enhanced by a train-the-trainer certification from HRD Corporation, underlining her commitment to nurturing the next generation of engineering talent. At the forefront of over 40 scholarly publications, she is cornerstone of knowledge and innovation and in her field. Dr. Salwa leadership extends beyond academia into pivotal consultation roles, steering significant projects in life cycles and economic risk assessment. Her profound insight and contribution resonate throughout the engineering community and establishing her as a vanguard of sustainable engineering practice. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Salwa Mahmud. Welcome, Dr. Salwa.
Hello, Hasrul. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay. So thank you as Meditech for inviting me as a speaker. So I will share my screens. Okay, sorry. Okay, Dr. Hasrul, can you respond me? Do you see my slide?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you as Meditech organizer for inviting me for as a speaker for Meditech 2024, and also thank you Associate Professor IRTS Dr. Hasrul as a moderator of Meditech 2024. So today I will present our current study on the low back disorder risk analysis among firefighter by applying the industrial lumbar motion monitor, or we call it the ILMM. By the way, this study is more to the application of the ILMM. By the way, this study is a collaboration study between the Faculty of Engineering Technology, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, with the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health NIOSH, and also the Jabatan Bomber and Penyelamat Malaysia. By the way, I am the leader of the projects. You can call me Dr. Salwa, and my team member is Muhammad Luqman Hakim and also Dr. Helmi, both from Faculty of Engineering Technology, UTHM. So for the introductions, the background of the research is in this study, actually we propose to develop two tools for reducing the potential of a low back disorder among firefighters. And we apply the engineering-based approach, which is the design of experiments to optimize the host rolling methods for reducing the risk of the low back disorders. And in this study, we concentrate on the material selection and ergonomic designs, such the use of the lightweight and durable materials such aluminiums, by referring the previous research methods and also previous patents. And we also concern on the conventional fire hose handling and lower back injuries by addressing the risk of the lower back injuries among firefighters due to manual hose handling practice. So the introduction actually, for the objective, we want to design and develop the mechanical and motorized hose rolling tools, and to investigate the low back disorder risk of the conventional method hose rollings, and also by using the mechanical and motorized hose rolling methods. So the research gap is the previous research has lacked a comprehensive analysis of LBD risk and ergonomic factor that related to body posture during the firefighter hose rolling operations. So the critical gap lies in the insufficient review of on how ergonomic hose rolling tools could effectively mitigate the ergonomic risk factor and LBD risk compared to the traditional methods. So we want to produce a product, okay, actually two products to reduce the LBD risk for specifically in the fire hose rolling operations. So the problem statement is a firefighter often face strains, injury, and hazards, particularly the risk of LBD due to inefficient and less ergonomic tools used in firefighting tasks. So the significance of research is as I mentioned previously, we want to develop the ergonomic hose rollers to improve the firefighter safety, particularly by addressing the risk of LBD associated with the traditional hose rolling methods. So it evaluates the effectiveness of the tools under various conditions, uh, using innovative device, which is the industrial lumbar motion monitor to measure the lower back strains. And the analysis through the DOE methodology aims to optimize the factors that we consider in the study, which is the host conditions, the host length, and host rolling method to enhance the efficiency and reduce the LBD risk. And additionally, the use of the appropriate tools also may help to minimize the friction between fire hose and the ground surface that potentially reduce the maintenance cost of the hose itself. So from the literature review, we obtain the current design and patterns such the sources of ideas, the information gathering, the design improvements, and also the legal considerations. So this is the previous design from the previous authors, specifically for the host rolling. Host roller. So this is the previous patterns, similarly that focus on the host rollers. And from the literature review, we can obtain the ergonomic issues such ergonomic risk factor in the defense industries, the ergonomic awareness as an effort to increase the knowledge and prevention of musculoskeletal disorders, and the prevalence of occupational exposure to ergonomic risk factor, and also work-related risk factor for low back pain in firefighters. As we can see that the present of LBD risk can occur from a group of tasks that require workers to perform a repetitive motions such as the body twistings, continuous pulling, pushing, lifting, and turnings. And musculoskeletal disorders, workplace ergonomic and injury preventions, uh, which is the musculoskeletal disorders is a disease that affect the muscles, tendons, ligament, nerves, and joint of the body aggravated by the work environments, such as continuously awkward body posture and high repetitions. Okay, so for experimentals and software in this study, we use the industrial lumbar motion monitor for conducting the LBD risk. For monitoring and assess the motion of the lower back, which is known as a lumbar regions during work-related activities. And then we apply the ballot software that calculate the average probability of LBD risk through the measure of data such as lift rates, the average twisting velocity, the maximum moments, maximum sagittal flexion, and lastly the maximum velocity. And then we use the SolidWorks software to construct the 3D models of the host roller, and also for visualization of the final products prior to its fabrications. And lastly, we use DOE method, design of experiments, to optimize the host rolling factors. And then this is the overview of the overall method, research method study. We start with the ethic approvals, and then we determine the research, the research aim and scope, and then the literature review. Next, we do the review on the current post-roller designs, and also previous ergonomics experiments and LBD risk. Next, we start the engineering drawings of the mechanical and motorized host rolling tools, and select the components suitables, and we fabricate the tools before testing process. And lastly, we conduct the LBD risk analysis with the design of experiment statistical method by using the ILMM tools and ballot software. So this is the detail of the ethical approvals. And this is a design process. Start with morphological charts for mechanical hose rolling tools. Similarly, this is the morphological chart for motorized hose rolling tools. And then for the fabrications, start with the brainstorming on the design idea, and then we draw the components, and then we move to the fabrications by using the suitable material selected. And then next is for motorized. Similarly, we start with the brainstorming on the design idea, and next go to the engineering drawings. Next is the hose rolling tool fabrication, and additionally we install the motor and do the wiring at the lab. And next, go to the LBD risk analysis. We start with the testing process, and then we conduct the DOE by applying the full factorial methods, with considering the three factors with three level each. And the factor are hose rolling methods, fire hose condition, and fire hose length. And then we apply the industrial lumbar motion tool, as we can see at the figure here. And we key in the input at the ballot software to obtain the LBD risk analysis. So for the results and the data analysis, this is the detailed drawings, the fabrications. We use the aluminium, okay, for the lightweight, and we test the tools functionality, reliability, and ease of use at the fire stations. So for ensuring the practical effectiveness for reducing the LBD risk. And then this is the motorized hose rolling tools drawings details. And then similarly the fabrications and the testings. Okay, so this is the DOE details. Okay, we apply the full factorial with the 27 trials run number, considering the three factors stated, which is the hose rolling methods, fire hose condition, and fire hose length, with three level each for each factors. And for conventional methods, the LBD risk scale ranging from 54% to 55%, that indicate the significant safety concerns during the hose rolling operations. And for mechanical hose rolling tools, the values are ranging from 26% to 48%, suggesting this method was marginally safe for hose rolling operation. And lastly, for motorized hose rolling tools, the line charts consistently show the LBD risk values below 30%, indicating that this method was free from LBD risk and suitable for hose rolling operation and highlighting its safety. So this is the table, summarized table for the analysis. So as we can see at the table, the total average probability of LBD risk for conventional hose rolling method is 58.22%, and for mechanical hose rolling tools 34.33%, and lastly for motorized hose roller tools 17.44%. So I have the product video for overall research and the results and analysis. So enjoy the video.
Hello guys, an ongoing research located at UTHM Pargo would like to represent Ergo Hose Roller Tools. It was the collaborative research work of UTHM with Ergonomic Excellence Center NIOSH and Jabatan Bomba dan Penyelamat JBPM. There are two types of hose roller tools, which is the mechanical and the motorized. The implementation of the hose roller tools is aiming to reduce the lower back disorder risk among firefighters, especially during the manual handling method of hose rolling operations. It is also aiming to compare and to carry out the best method of hose rolling. The ergonomic hose roller tools was designed and fabricated in UTHM Pargo, involving the process of engineering drawing, morphological chart and fabrication. For the mechanical hose roller tool, the method of use is simple and required only a bit of pushing force upon using it. Firstly, place the fire hose below the stopper. And then, place the fire hose coupling on the hook of the tools. That's it, we are all set. Start by carefully push the tools without rushing. This is to get the result of neatly and tidily rolled fire hose. As what we all can see here, the firefighter seems barely to have trouble rolling the fire hose with this mechanical tools. Also, the posture performed by the firefighter are almost perfect, especially on his lower back area. After finish rolling the fire hose, straighten the stand of the tools to pull out the rolled fire hose from the tools. For the motorized hose roller tool, the steps is much more practical and structural compared to the other method. Start by placing the fire hose between the brushes and locked it. This is to make sure that the fire hose is neatly and tidily rolled. The stopper function to eliminate water from inside of the hose, while the brushes is to clean the outer of the fire hose. Start by pressing the runs button on the remote control. The motorized hose rolling tool can move in two directions, which is forward and reverse. The speed of the movement can also be adjusted accordingly to desired speed. As we can see here, the brushes removed any dirt on the fire hose, while the stopper removed any possible water contained in the hose. This hose rolling method requires almost no effort from the firefighter to roll the hose. In case of any dysfunction occurred, quickly press the emergency stop button. And with all that, hose rolling operation is done. Firefighter can now easily pull out the fire hose from the tools. With an additional features, the motorized hose roller tools uses 18 volts geared DC motor that is powered by a 6000 mAh lithium battery. It also has the control board with an indicator displaying speed percentages, direction of movement, and has the same functional button as the remote control. The hose rolling tools was tested by the firefighters themselves several times to ensure the tools met their satisfaction. Well, let's hear what they have to say regarding the functional of the hose rolling tools.
Saya Muhammad Saleh Riyadi dari Badan Pembangunan dan Pembangunan. Jadi kelebihan film ni dapat mengurangkan sakit tulang belakang. Selain itu, film ni juga dapat menjimatkan masa dan menghasilkan gulungan yang kemas. Setakat ini kami berpuas hati dengan film yang dihasilkan. Okay, saya Muhammad Ismail dari Balai Rumah dan Penerima Panggung. Kami dapati alat yang dihasilkan sekarang ini iaitu mechanical force roller tools berfungsi dengan baik. Bagaimanapun ia agak kurang efisien berbanding dengan teknik yang digunakan oleh pasukan bomba sekarang ini. Kami dapati motorized force roller tools yang dihasilkan ini sangat efisien dan baik.
For the low back disorder risk analysis, there are a total of 3 hose rolling methods has been evaluated, which is the manual, the mechanical, and the motorized. In this experiment, the firefighters has to warn the industrial lumbar motion monitor. ILMM is the tools that provided by NIOSH that used to measure the postures of the spinal area. The data from the tool then can be assessed and generated through the ballet software. The manual hose rolling method recording the highest value of LBD risk percentages, which is 58.22. This means that the method is simply not suitable for firefighters in terms of LBD risk safety measures set by the ballet software, as it exceeded the maximum percentages of LBD risks, which is above 30%. The mechanical hose roller tool recorded slightly lower value compared to the manual method, which is a total of 34.33%. Meanwhile, for the motorized hose roller tool, the LBD risks value is 17.44% recorded as the method with the lowest risks of LBD. This has been proven that the application of motorized hose rolling tool is necessary to reduce the risks of low back disorder among firefighters during hose rolling operations. Besides, the application of hose rolling tools also crucial to reduce the maintenance costs and to maintain the quality of the fire hose by reducing the friction between the fire hose and the surfaces of the floor. That's all for the presentation regarding the hose rolling tools. We hope the presentation able to provide complete information about the tools. Thank you and see you again.
Okay, so this is the detailed ethical approvals and also sponsorship agreement with NIOSH. We have also letter of intent from PUSPEC, which is the Pusat Penyelidikan Kebombaan Jabatan Bomba dan Penyelamat Malaysia, with the collaboration approval with JPBM. And then we obtain actually 2 copyrights and the 2 file industrial design for both mechanical and motorized hose rolling tools. As you can see from video, we win the exhibition at the Ergo Olympic organized by Human Factor and Ergonomic Society Malaysia, and at RISE 2023 organized by UTHM, and also we win the Best Research Paper Awards at the PsyCosh 2024. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you. Stop sharing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Salwa, for the very fruitful and engaging presentation. Now, I would like open for the question and answer. Yeah, we have one question from our director, Associate Professor, Engineer Dr. Ardi Ansha Shahrom. So, Dr. Ardi asks, what is the performance of the product? Is it any space for improvement, Dr. Salwa?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ardi, for the questions. Okay, so actually the performance for the first question, the performance of the products. So based on the end user, the product is very sufficient and help them, but we have space for improvement, such as For the motorized hose rolling tools, the 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 tools cannot move at their truck, okay, because truck di Jabatan Bomba dan Penyelamat Malaysia very, bukan nak kata dia crowded tapi dia dah ada standardized alat yang diberikan oleh Jabatan Bomba Penyelamat tu sendiri. So untuk memasukkan tools yang kita propose, okay, memang diguna tetapi hanya di luar balai lah. So improvement yang kita boleh buat adalah kita perlukan portable tools, okay, yang boleh masuk dalam truck tu. So bila kita punya alat ni besar dan truck tu tak muat untuk dimasukkanlah alatan lain, dan juga peralatan yang macam ni yang bila melibatkan another ministry kan, kementerian, KPKT bomba di bawah KPKT. So kita perlukan mengikutlah dia punya standard of procedure, because kita punya bomba ni dia dah ada SOP dia sendiri. So actually research ni masih bergerak lagi, dan kita perlukan research lah untuk lebih kepada social acceptance, maksudnya penerimaan bomba tu sendiri untuk menerima alat ni. Itu harap
I
menjawab
see. It
persoalan
means that
pertama.
our thank you, Dr. Salwa. It means that our truck for our fire truck already have their equipment, and the space for the fire truck already compact with the existing equipment. So we need to suit this product with the compartment available in the fire truck, the existing compartment in fire truck, right? Okay, so yeah, they have a regulation from the KPKT we need to follow. This is a government regulation. So yeah, thank you, Dr. Salwa. So next questions from Dr. Aisha Shafi. So nice project, Dr. Salwa. So may I know, do you commercialize this product? So
Okay,
Dr. Salwa, do you already commercialize this product?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aisha, for the questions. Actually, for commercializations process, we have another long run masih luas lagi perjalanan, because ini masih di dalam research lagi lah, maksudnya masih berada di bawah research antara UTHM dan NIOSH. So for the commercializations, okay, all the copyright and the industrial designs files is under NIOSH. So NIOSH is the owner of the products. So for commercialization is under our funder, NIOSH.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Salwa, for the explanation. All right. Okay. Next, from Dr. Faiz. Great work, Dr. Salwa. Do you have tried it on uneven surface or terrains like an outdoor grassy area?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Faiz. Actually, untuk di bawah grassy area ni, dulu kita pernah nak buat, tetapi dia kurang sesuai. So that's why masa tu kita mengubah skop dia lah, daripada di kawasan, maksudnya di lapangan semasa emergency situations. So we ubah skop tu kepada 5S. Okay, maksudnya 5S di balai bomba sahaja. Sebab bila kita dapati truck tu tidak sesuai untuk kita bawa alat ni ke lapangan, jadi kita ubah skop tu hanya di balai dan di kawasan yang maksudnya di kawasan yang rata sahajalah. So next boleh buat improvement on the outdoor grassy area.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Salwa, for the explanation. So I think there is no more question for Dr. Salwa. Once again, thank you, Dr. Salwa. As Meditech Organizing Committee, we would like to thank you for being with us today. So we hope that to meet you again. All right. Thank you, Dr. Salwa. All right. Okay. Next, we move into our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Haize bin Abdul Manaf. Dr. Haize, do you there? All right. Okay, Dr. Aizee, how
I'm
are you?
here. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. All right. Okay. Before you start your presentation, I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Haize. So, Dr. Muhammad Haize bin Abdul Manaf is a distinguished associate professor at the Faculty of Health Science, UITM, University Technology Mara, Sungai Buloh, with an impressive career commencement since September 2008. Holding a PhD in his field, he has established himself as a beacon of excellence in clinical medicine, particularly in physical therapy. Dr. Haize research is passionately directed towards enhancing the quality of life for individuals coping with chronic conditions such as stroke, diabetes, through innovative rehabilitation technique. He has spearheaded numerous pivotal projects such as the development of a home-based integrated exercise and health education program for stroke survivors and tele-rehabilitation program for patients with diabetes, reflecting his commitment to accessible and effective healthcare solution. An esteemed researcher, Dr. Haize, books notable in these on Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar with H-Index 8 in Scopus, 7 in Web of Science, 12 in Google Scholars. His work include impactful studies on fatigue management in transient ischemic attack and the development of physiotherapy integrated model for post-surgical recovery. In addition to his research, Dr. Haize has been guiding light for future healthcare professionals, supervising numerous master and doctoral candidates, and enhancing physiotherapy education through his role as a visiting professor and consultant. Dr. Haize's dedication extends beyond academia into practical application, as evidenced by his involvement in community-oriented projects and international collaboration, aiming to elevate the standard of physiotherapy practice and patient care globally. His visionary approach and relentless pursuit of knowledge make him as a respected figure in the field of health and science. So, without further ado, stage is yours, Dr. Haize. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for the uh, what do you call it? Very tremendous introduction by the chairpersons. Thank you very much. Let me try to get how to share my slide. All right, slide. Can you all see my slide? So this is my first experience using StreamYard. Can anyone help me in terms of how to share the slide? Share screen. Okay, share screen.
All right.
All right. Okay, I think I entire screen. Okay, now you can see my slide.
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me for the talk that I will deliver is the technology-driven approach in neurological rehabilitations. My name is Muhammad Haize bin Abdul Manaf. Currently, I'm working with the Faculty of Sciences, University of Jumara. So actually, my profession is physiotherapist. I'm dealing previously. I'm dealing with all patients in hospital, especially related to rehabilitations. And my expert, not my expert, like my area of interest is I'm dealing lots of with patient with stroke patient and also people with spinal cord injury and also Parkinson disease. But in terms of research, I'm also doing some research on patient with diabetes mellitus and also involved with little bit of not designing, like just a part of the team that design technology and also technology that focus more on how to improve or how to rehabilitation patient with neurological disease. So today my talk will be focused more on what is the technology that what are the technology that have been used, especially by therapists, by rehab physicians in the area of neurological rehabilitation. So I would like to focus more on gait. If you know about the terms of gait analysis, gait means that walking analysis and walking training, gait training, and also other technology that we've been used since the era post-COVID management, for post-COVID pandemic, and what are the management that have been used really in related to technology. So because exactly after the COVID-19, we started to use more technology in terms of delivering rehabilitation for patients with neurological deficit. So what is stroke actually? Though this presentation is more focused more on stroke patients, it depends on the nature and also the severity of the stroke itself. It may cause lower limb weakness or paralysis of the lower limb, and some of the patient may presented with postural instability. They presented with fatigue ataupun we call it as the central and also peripheral fatigue. Some patient might have communication and cognitive impairment, and most of the patients is most likely have the gait or walking and also the mobility deficits. So in terms of gait assessment and analysis, previously we depends on the observational gait analysis. This is what happened in the hospital. We don't have any technology that we can use to observe how the patient walk. Actually, because of the financial issue, we cannot buy any sophisticated equipments that can measure precisely how the patient walk. And normally that we just observe based on using our own naked eyes. So some of the other techniques that we use, we are using the performance-based assessment. So this is what we do before. We are using videotape or camera plus a computer. Maybe some of us might know how to use Kinovia, for example. We use camera to record the patient performance, how the patients is walking, what type of the pattern of the patient walk, and also how the patient perform the walking itself. So normally that we need to use we take the video from the sagittal plane from the side of the patients in order to measure and also to observe how the patient walk. We measure at the level of the upper limb part, and also we observe also the lower limb functions, how the patient walk. And by using the video camera, we can review the tape so many times. And at the same time, we can save the patient's energy in order to perform walking few many times. Okay, this is some of the performance-based gait analysis that we use. Okay, some of it, one of the equipment the tools that we use or measure that we use is the 10-meter walk test. Okay, we we measure the gait speed based on the meter per second, and this is one of the easily measurable, reliable, and also sensitive way to assess mobility deficits in person with post-stroke in terms of their gait speed. So the 10-meter walk test is commonly considered the gold standard for gait speed assessment for clinicians, and the total time taken to ambulate 6 meter. So actually we take about this on the only 6 meter, and we record it and divided by the total time in second taken to ambulate and to complete the task. And we calculate based on meter, that's 6 meter, and divided by how many seconds that the patient perform the task. So another tools that we use is thumb up and go test. So this is a performance-based tool used to assess balance and also at the same time to assess the mobility performance. So at the same time also we can measure how the patient perform turning ability, especially we have the what they call it the 180 degrees turning task here, and we ask the patient to stand up, walk 3 meter, make a 180 degrees turn, and walk back to the chair and sit down. So by having this data, if the cut-off score for all the stroke patient, if they perform more than 40 seconds, we indicate that the patient have high risk of fall. So for aerobic capacity, we measure the patient's performance by asking them to walk for 6 minutes, and we measure how far that the patient can walk in that duration of time. So if patient have difficulty to form the 6-minute walk test, we can use or measure using a 2-minute walk in test. So the time, total distance, number of rest stops, and also symptoms at rest are recorded. So the shorter distance, for example, 2-minute walk test have been used for patients with acute stroke, and some of the chronic patients we can use 6-minute walk test. So this is one of the gait analysis system that we can use to measure gait performance for stroke patients. So this is based on the sensor at the mat, and by that they record the patient gait, special temporal gait parameters of the patients. So the floor walkway is equipped with sensors below the surface, and it helps to measure the spatial temporal data. Okay, so this is another typical gait lab setup. Okay, so they are being using all the 3D camera, and also the embedded force plate on the floor, and I think UTM also have this equipment. We have been using this for most of the research in our university also, but it's quite difficult to use it for the patient purpose. Based on my experience, it's take a while to set up the patient, especially when you put the markers, the reflector markers on the patient on their anatomical landmarks. So it's quite challenging using this system, but so far this is the most gold standard equipment that we can use to measure all the gait spatial temporal parameter, and also the kinematic kinetics for patients. And some lab might have the EMG system that we can measure also their muscle activity. So this is what we do. Okay, this is some of the study we do in UiTM. Also, the lab is actually at the University Malaya. Okay, we measure the gait performance in terms of how the patient perform turning 180 degrees, at the same time holding a cup full of water, in order to see how they perform their turning activities. And as we can compare between the above video and the lower one. So this is how the clinician do at the hospital in terms of measuring the turning abilities, and as we compare to using the system itself, I have quite difficult to put the markers on the patient's body, especially that if the patient is female. And the problem is that some of the marker, we can miss the marker, and also the marker in the system itself. We have to do another extra work in order to get the the markers appear again, and to calculate all the kinematics data that we want during the research. So the other things that equipments nowadays that all the therapists interest to use is wearable technologies. So when you talk about wearable technologies, it's consists of any wearable device that is we can worn externally on the body and must be wireless and able to capture all the data that related to the movement. So for physiotherapists, most of the wearable sensors that we use nowadays is the smartwatch. Based on that, we can monitor or we can provide feedback in terms of their walking function, especially the step taken, the number of steps that the patient use to walk, or maybe we can measure the physical activity of the patient itself. So based on the clinical applicability is a real-time feedback, and we can have the idea that when we start the rehabilitation in early stage, we can identify the patient in terms of their functional decline, or maybe to monitor their decrease in daily physical activity. And also some of the equipment can provide in terms of improvement in rehabilitation metrics such as strength and balance and changes in community mobility and physical activity. So by having early assessment using the wearable sensor, so we can identify a mismatch between gain achieved in rehabilitation and also community mobility, that which is a novel metric that we can use to modify rehabilitation program. So this is some type of consumer grade that can be bought by the patients. Less than 1,000 ringgit. Nowadays, I heard that Xiaomi sell the watch around 150 ringgit Malaysia. So means that we can ask the patient to buy. Is considered cheap, and also the accessibility, we can buy in a mall or shop and easy to buy and easy to get the equipment. And then the wearable technologies also can be used at the house and also during the community integration, especially when the patient walk to the mall and so on. So the sensor, they have two types. One is the consumer grade, another one is the research grade. So for the research grades, the most what do you call it? The brand that we use is Actigraph, the IMU system, and also some of us might use the Surface EMG. And by having this activity monitored, it might improve. Okay, most of we have found one systematic review by the Cochrane database that shows that by having we monitor the activity of the patient may increase the physical activity in adult with stroke survivors. So providing feedback to stroke survivors about their physical activity level is one of the strategy that could change their behavior and also increase physical activity levels. So wearable sensor that can count steps, measure activity, or maybe some of the sensor can integrate with the smartphone application, can provide feedback about their physical activity. And as I mentioned before, the current evidence is sufficient, but there are some insufficient in terms of to make a recommendation about the activities monitor in stroke survivors. Okay, so in terms of in certain phases of the stroke, for example. So most of the study has focused more on chronic stroke survivor patients. However, there is lack of data, lack of studies that focus in patient or little bit of data related to post 3 years post-stroke 3 years or three years post-stroke, and we cannot capture the data, especially once the patient back to the community setting. So again, the data that we always use during research is gait speed, cadence, and if some of the wearable technology, if that can capture single limb support time, double limb support time, stride length, also swing symmetry, and temporal gait parameter is very helpful for the therapist and also the clinician to continue or to design the rehabilitation program that's specific towards the stroke patient. So based on recent systematic review, the most commonly used wearable technologies were triaxial accelerometers. Depends on the varied brands. Okay, fewer study use pressure sensor, okay, for gait assessment, and also the systematic review also show accelerometer based feedback may increase physical activity, exercise energy expenditure, and also the duration of activity time in hospitalized patient with ischemic stroke. In this study, they are using Fitbit. Okay, result from the study itself suggests that patients with low baseline level of walking and long distance walking will show greater benefit when a step activity been monitored, and also we use that the device to monitor their to monitor and try to increase their physical capacity. Okay, for IMU, or we call it as the initial measurement units. Okay, is the device that consists or combine the acceleration reading from accelerometers and also angular turning rate detections of the gyroscopes. So previous studies, not only previous study, the recent study also use IMU with diagnostic purpose and to assess the executions of daily life activities. Okay, the equipment is very high portability. It's easier to bring to assess the patient, either the patient in the ward or the patient in the community setting. And okay, based on this video, this is one of the IMU system that been used by our therapists in Malaysia. They call it as the APDM wearable
Introducing an innovative
technologies.
system for comprehensive gait and balance analysis. With hundreds of users worldwide, Mobility Lab is the most trusted wearable gait and balance analysis system on the market. Using objective measurement, Mobility Lab provides sensitive, valid, and reliable metrics. Collect, analyze, and store
It's
data.
portable, easy
Built
to
for
use
universal
as
use with
compared
forgiving
to
sensor placement.
if you're using GitLab.
Adjustable straps to fit most body sizes, including children. Attach sensors to your subject and instruct them to perform a standardized test. A report is then automatically generated to
As
compare
compared if
against
you are using
normative
GitLab,
values.
GitLab normally costs us about
The
500 to
system
600,000 ringgit
automatically
Malaysia.
analyzes lower extremity
And
gait,
some of the equipment, if you
segmented
have
by
more
each
cameras,
stride,
it can cost
and
up to
upper
1 million
extremity
ringgit Malaysia.
to measure your
So
subject's
this
balance.
wearable sensor, last time I still remember that we bought it about
Stream directly
50,000
to a
ringgit
computer
Malaysia.
or log data on board
Much
each
more
sensor.
cheaper and
Never
easier to
lose
use
data
in the clinical
in
setting.
or out of the lab.
If
Save
possible,
time and effort,
hopefully that
and track
engineers in
subject
Malaysia
progress over time.
can
Store
design
and
something more
export
much
data
cheaper
locally or to
for
the
our
Mobility
technician, or
Exchange
sorry, for our
for
clinician and
multi-site
also
sharing.
our therapist to use in the clinical setting. So now, just finished with the gait analysis, we move towards the gait training. So if no one's know how the stroke patient walk, this video is can demonstrate how the patient walks. Okay, in terms of stroke patient, we required the patient stroke come at least 3 times per week. and also the conventional gait trainings. Okay, we ask the patient to walk, we correct the pattern, give some feedback to the patients. Okay, at the same time, the patient try to improve their walking capacity and also the gait performance. Okay, however, some of the patients unable to walk properly because of the weakness and also the spasticity of the lower limbs. Okay, so based on the conventional gait training, okay, if you can see the video on the left, okay, it requires more manpower in order to move the lower limb, and some of it might require space occupying, and some of the treadmill have been used for gait training is lacking in terms of environmental simulations. So nowadays in the market, we have a lot of company that promote their product in terms of robot assisted gait training, or if you have heard about some of the equipment from Japan, Cyberdyne, from China, Fourier Intelligence, and also we have from Taiwan, Kigo, and some of the equipment from the United States of America. So normally what happens is that the therapy itself get tired, and it depends on the patient's appointment. Normally that the patient might do the rehabilitation about tentatively 1 hour in the physiotherapy gym. And in terms of repetition, some study mentioned that if you are doing something like this on the left, okay, the maximum repetition we can do is about 100 steps per session or per appointment. So but if you are using robotic assisted gait training, okay, the patient can perform more steps, more repetition, and what happened that with more repetition it might trigger the neuroplasticity or recovery for the patients. So in terms of the previously, this is how the rehabilitation ward, or maybe we call it the rehabilitation center, okay. By having the technology, we can integrate the conventional therapy with the intelligent technology. So most of the very important that we need is the data. Straight away data, okay, data that can give the patient feedback, and also can give to the therapist the feedback in terms of how the patient walk, what is the number of step, is it the patient's in the midline, or maybe the patient always shift the balance towards the right side. This is the sum of data that we need from the AI technology. Okay, this is, I have the slide from the Fourier Intelligence. Because I'm selling or maybe promoting the product, but this is something that the technologies that been arrived in Malaysian market for the past 3 to 4 years. Okay, this is Exomotors N4. This is the robotics for therapeutic training of the lower limbs, especially focus more on the hip and knee activity and also the ankle activity. And the equipment is very, in terms the technology is AI, depends on the sensor at the system. They can detect how much the patient perform. Is that the robotic system know how much the muscle contributes for the walking activity. Let's say the patient perform only 30% of the task, and another 70% will be support by the system. And let's say the patient improve, the patient perform 80% of the activities, then the rest of the movement will be covered by the system. So this is very personalized gait parameter for training, and it improve the patient capacity or neuroplasticity based on the high repetition gait training. And also at the same times, the equipments prevent the high risk of falling. So if you base compared to my video previously, there are potential that the patient might fall during the gait training activity. So there are some equipments that focus on the balance activity. So the equipment, this is the equipment that focus more on balance. So they integrate the training, not only training, they integrate also the assessment for the foot, balance and posture. It is at a stand with high precision sensor at the first plate, the plate that can provide quantifiable assessment report, and also they have gamified therapy ataupun games. Okay, you can see here there are a few games that can challenge weight shifting and also the balance. Okay, after the balance assessment, okay, if you are using the system, the user or the patient also can use or maybe can also train their balance with the device by the games that can challenge balance by controlling their body and also weight shifting to reach the target. So other technology might also not only the lower limb, might also involve the upper limb. Upper limb is the hand function. Okay. So this equipment might help the patient in terms of improve their range of motions, motor coordinations, and also to strengthen the muscles. And this technology can give force feedbacks and stimulate different force environment. Okay. Some of the equipment can help to neuromuscular retraining. So by having the force feedback, the system or the robot itself is smart enough to sense what we call it as active force provided by the user or the patient. So if the patient unable to complete the movement, then the robot will assist accordingly, mimicking therapist during the manual therapist activity or the rehabilitation therapy session. Okay, another equipment will be the arm motors EMU. The arm motors EMU is designed for therapeutic exercise that targeting on the shoulder and elbow to practice range of motion exercise, motor coordination, as well functional movement training. It also can mimic the natural functional movement, and the activity will take place in the 3D space. EMU allow for functional range and functional movement. One of the key features of the equipment is the gravity compensations, especially many patients with stroke, TBI, traumatic brain injury, or other neurological impairment might presented with residual neuromuscular control in a hemiparesis or hemiparetic limb. So some of them are unable to require useful arm function due to severity of the muscle weakness and the inability to overcome gravity. So this characteristic of anti-gravity assistant could reduce the muscle activation needed to perform the dynamic movement, enhance motor function, and also reduce muscle and joint loads. This is what we call it as a coordination. Okay, not only the motor coordination, it also helps to train the special sensitivity of the patients via touch it game or even task planning and color differentiations in go fishing. Excuse me. Okay. Right. This is all the what the robotic hand function can do and help the patients. And a part of reaching activity, the user can interact with live object, okay, in functional task training, for example, holding water bottle, okay, writing, okay, and we train the patient to be independent in activity daily living. So this is the last slide. Hopefully that we can have this technology came to Malaysia. The technology is something that we need as a therapist in order to measure the functional mobility of the patients, not only in the rehabilitation setting, and also during the community setting.
Shirley Ryan Ability Lab during the therapies throughout the day using sensors.
If you look at what's in the hospital today, most of the sensors require wired connections to external boxes of electronics. So it's great if you're in a hospital bed, maybe it's okay. But if you want to go home, it's just not going to be compatible with natural daily activities.
The sensor itself, I couldn't even tell it was on me. It was like a management.
It really allows you to track the patient continuously, but in a way that's not disruptive.
We're measuring their speech, their swallowing capability, the movement of their upper and lower limbs, their sleep quality, how do they recover during therapy, or how do they handle different types of therapy. Clinical outcome measures are their walking, balance, movement, sweat. So a lot of the participants really recover well during the inpatient setting or when they're in the hospital. The biggest problem is a lot of these gains tend to drop off if they go home.
One of the benefits of this is that we're going to be able to follow them and track their performance after they leave here to see how they're functioning in the real world.
They have a great team of scientists here at Ability Lab. It's infused with physician scientists who are willing to embrace and work with us on new technologies. And so it becomes a very powerful collaboration, bringing advanced engineering together with rehabilitation science and clinical medicine to focus on the patient.
This technology and these sensors, I think, could be very useful for patients in recovery. I get data, an immediate feedback on my walking. So I think that's a very good thing.
I think these sensors are a game change in the field of rehabilitation because they allow us to monitor patients on different aspects of their recovery, both in the hospital and in the real world.
Okay, with this last video, thank you very much. Hopefully I can get questions from the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Haize, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our warm thanks to Dr. Haize for the insightful presentation on technology-driven approach in neurological rehabilitation. It's fascinating to see how advancement in technology can significantly enhance the recovery and quality of life for patients with neurological conditions. So we deeply appreciate the effort and expertise that went into sharing this innovation with us today. So now I would like to open the floor for questions. All right, from Dr. Faiz. Thanks, Doctor. Very informative sharing. What would be the best strategies to improve the neuroplasticity in elderly patients? It can be quite demotivating for them due to poor and slow recovery, which often lead to rehab withdrawal. What's your opinion, Doctor?
Okay, that's why in our slide we mentioned about conventional therapy and also using the robotics. One of our limitation previously is that due to number of appointment given to the patients. Okay, number one. Number two is the way that we conduct the activity for the elderly actually. So some activity might cause boredomness for the patients, quite boring, some of activity not suitable for the elderly. Therefore, sometimes we need to integrate game, for example, ask the patient to perform activity that can challenge for one stage to another stage. So our limitation nowadays is how to design a program or rehabilitation program that can challenge the patient from one stage to another stage. Therefore, we need to integrate technologies so the patients can be can perform the activity, especially elderly, by having games integrated in their rehabilitation program. This is one of the option that we can offer. And number two is the challenging. So the patient, some of the patient like to see they improve from one stage to another stage of the game itself. So they feel that they are happy because I completed the stage 1. Now I'm going to the stage 2. So the way that we conduct the rehab must be a challenging and also must be a motivating for patient with, especially for elderly patients. Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Now we move into our next questions from Dr. Aisha. Thank you, Doctor, for the for the useful sharing. What do you suggest to those who are financially constrained? What can they do to ensure the rehabilitation or therapy is consistently performed? What's your opinion, Doctor?
Okay, based from not only my experience, also my colleague experience, that much more senior from me, in terms of what happened for the past 20 years, is all the researcher in university, especially from biomedical engineering part, they have a lots of documents, okay, that I think that they are much more cheaper as compared if bought the equipments from the other countries, for example, from China, from US. Actually, we have a lot of equipment actually developed by the university, but the equipment is not, dalam bahasa mudah ni, tak sampai kepada pengguna, cannot reach the pengguna. For example, one of the issue is that in certain comments by the panel of the, contohnya lah panel grant daripada KPT, they mentioned that we cannot create equipments and give free for the patient nak bawa balik rumah. So something that we think about is that how, for example, that certain equipment we can develop the equipment dan kita bagi kepada to the persatuan pesakit, for example, I take for example that contohnya persatuan OKU Pantai Timur, for example. Okay, OKU Pantai Timur. How we as a researcher can help this persatuan OKU Pantai Timur in terms of giving our technology for the persatuan to use. Contohnya lah, kita tak boleh bagi all the equipments for each individual patient, but we can give contohnya daerah Rembau, for example, katalah patient stroke or elderly banyak dekat Rembau, and we can set up one community center, okay, then we can put our equipment dekat center tersebut, for example, and we can ask ahli-ahli persatuan tu to join the club, datang dekat center tu, pusat itu, and then perform the exercise or rehabilitation at the center, not only in the hospital, that center tu. So for example, let's say lah, the equipment is to improve the patient's aerobic capacity. Let's say for example, treadmill training for individual with wheelchair user. Kita letak dekat situ and we ask them to come to that center and use that equipment. Rather than kita tak boleh. So our problem is that we cannot have, kita tak boleh produce banyak to give untuk individu patient bawa balik rumah. So we kena fikir satu cara di mana satu daerah, satu center tu, for example lah UTM, for example, kalau kat Skudai tu ada satu center untuk mudah untuk OKU datang ke tempat tu dan buat aktiviti exercise sendiri dekat center tu, dan all equipments dan researcher biomed dah buat ada kat situ dan dia boleh guna secara percuma ke, you nak charge RM5 per user ke, macam mini gym untuk OKU to use that equipments. Okay, menjawab tak?
Yeah, okay, it's good, Dr. Haizil. Okay, next we go to the Dr. Norhana, our Deputy Director of Meditech. All right, what role do robotics play in supporting mobility and function in patients with neurological condition? Are there specific patient group that benefit the most from robotic therapies? What's your opinion, Doctor?
Okay, as I mentioned before, for neuro patient, it requires the concept of rehabilitation should cover number of repetition, task specific matters, and also as soon as possible, early as soon as possible. So the 3 point is that repetition matters. So in the hospital or physiotherapy setting, during that 1 hour period of time, sometimes we cannot perform or deliver more than 100 repetition for certain movement. Therefore, by using robotic, the robotic can encourage or maybe can stimulate more than 100 repetition in one day. So the robotic itself have very tremendous role in rehabilitation nowadays. They say, based on previous study, they mentioned that to improve hand functions, it requires more than 400 repetition. For example, kan, you nak buat task pegang cawan dan minum kan, angkat kan. So actually repetition memerlukan at least 400 repetition for one day to spark the neuroplasticity. However, during rehabilitation program ke, session ke, they mention most likely in certain movement, only 32 repetition have been done during that session, during that physiotherapy session. Therefore, you see the difference. Required to improve spasticity is 400 repetition. Physio can deliver 30 je. There is a gap about another 300 repetition in order to improve the movement. So this is what robotic can play in supporting mobility and also the function.
All right. Thank you, Doctor, for the explanation. So we move into the next question, Dr. Zulfazli. Can wearable technology and biofeedback devices significantly enhance the recovery process for patients with neurological impairment? If so, in what ways, Doctor?
So in terms of wearable sensor and also the feedback, so means that previously kan, this is one example. Okay, pakcik, pakcik hari ni jalan cantik lah, bagus lah, dah meningkat lah, so kaki tak sengit lah, kaki tak bengkok lah. This is what that some keywords that we as a therapy use during rehabilitations, but still is too qualitative tau, maksudnya macam it's not quantifiable, dia tak boleh diukur. So means that by using wearable technologies, okay, for example lah jam tu kan, we advise patient, pakcik hari ni kena jalan setiap hari, we have to walk 5,000 steps per day in order to maintain your fitness level. Tapi pakcik boleh cakap je, okay betul nak last week pakcik jalan 5,000 setiap hari, tapi you don't have that evidence, betul ke pakcik ni jalan? So but if you have the wearable technologies, and some wearable technologies ni sometimes dah pergi cloud, terapis kan monitor daripada rumah ataupun daripada office, for example kan, betul tak pakcik ni jalan 5,000? Okay, tak apa, pakcik boleh tipu lagi, dia gerak tangan je. Dia gerak tangan je, dah jadi 5,000 kan. But nowadays the technology biofeedback, they have heart rate monitoring. Nowadays dia ada jam sekarang, dah ada heart rate monitoring. So when you do exercise, dia tak boleh tipu heart rate. Okay, if you do exercise, of course heart rate akan increase. Kalau you tak buat exercise, heart rate tu akan steady relax. Jika you buat gerak macam ni pun, setakat you move the arm, heart rate takkan increase more than 140. Unless you berjalan, you buat brisk walk, you walking 10,000 steps, then you akan dapat heart rate 140. So means that all the wearable technologies and feedback can give some input for the therapist to see that really the patient deliver the rehabilitation or not. Okay, so this is why the technology is wearable and biofeedback is very important for us as the clinician or physiotherapist to have that data.
I see. All right. Thank you, Doctor, for the explanation. Next, we move into our chairperson. Thank you, Doctor. Is there any home therapy service provided by the government? Right, Miss Adlisa asked this.
So currently in Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia bagi government, we have hospital setting, we have klinik kesihatan setting. So klinik kesihatan setting, yang you all nampak klinik kesihatan, they have physiotherapists that can come to the home and do home-based therapy. But however, the number of therapists in the klinik kesihatan, there are not many therapists in the klinik kesihatan. So they are not doing 100% home-based therapy at home provided by the government. So they only can come once in a while, give advice to the caregiver and deliver and train the patient caregiver how to do the rehabilitation rather than they come to the home every day. So that's why we as an association, not only for the government itself, we can ask the private physiotherapy center. Nowadays we have a lot of private physiotherapy center that can deliver home therapy services for the patients. Kena bayar sikit lah as compared to government. Okay. So government so far 70% is the center-based rehabilitation.
All right.
Only
Okay.
30% yang provide home-based.
All right. Okay.
Okay, if dari ada soalan-soalan lain tak?
All right. Okay. So I think there is no more questions. So thank you. Thank you all for your thoughtful question and the engaging discussion. It's clear from today's presentation that the field of neurological rehabilitation is evolving rapidly, and technology continues to play a crucial role in shaping its future. So once again, special thanks to you, Dr. Haize, for sharing such valuable insight, and to everyone who participated in this presentation. Your engagement and curiosity make this session fruitful and inspiring. As I can conclude, I encourage you to keep exploring about this topic. We look forward to see you again, Doctor, in our next event. Until then, take care and stay
InsyaAllah.
inspired. So all right. Thanks all. So I pass back to our chairperson, Miss Adlisa.
Thank you, Dr. Nohasro and our esteemed speakers. Finally, let's extend a warm welcome to our third moderator, Mr. Zulfazli Zakaria, to introduce our beloved speakers and moderate the session. Mr. Zulfazli, The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Adlisa, our chairperson for this morning's Meditech session. Good morning again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah to all our viewers from our media social pages, Facebook, LinkedIn, and also YouTube. So for the next presenter, before we welcome her to the floor, let me just give a brief introduction. Our next speaker will be Puan Aidawati Arifin, alias Aidawati M. Olabang, AMN. She's a Sabahan. Currently, she's with the Medical Device Authority, Ministry of Health Malaysia. She has a vast experience in the medical device field. She has been employed for about 21 years. Started in 2001 as the Assistant Director at the Unit Kejuruteraan Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri Sabah. And then in 2003, she was appointed as the Assistant Director in the Engineering Services Division with Ministry of Health Malaysia. In 2006, she was promoted to the Principal Assistant Director in Medical Device Bureau, Ministry of Health Malaysia. And in 2013, appointed as the Director Technical Evaluation Division, Medical Device Authority, Ministry of Health Malaysia. And since 2021 to present, she is now the Director of the Pre-Market Control Division, Medical Device Authority, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Some of the awards which Puan Aidawati has received is the WHO Fellowship Award in 2007, where she attended 3 weeks attachment at the British Standard Institute, United Kingdom. She is also has been awarded in 2024 with the Darjah Yang Mulia Pangkuan Negara, Bintang Ahli Mangku Negara. She is a Master's in Science holder in Biomedical Engineering, awarded by the University of Surrey, UK. So without further ado, I give the floor to Puan Aidawati to give her sharing on her topic today. Puan Aida, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to have a check-up, can you listen my voice? Okay.
Yes, loud and
Okay.
clear.
So the PowerPoint, I believe I need help from your end. Okay. So a very good morning and thank you very much for UTM for invited MDA to be part for this event. As a MDA, today's session, actually, I'm not going to talk about the requirement of the X737. So my PowerPoint presentation is actually talking about the medical device life development. So actually, compliance to the X737 is one of the stages developed on medical device, whereby we call that stage is regulatory compliance. But before we go to the stage of comply to the regulatory requirement, there's a lot of stages involved when you're talking about medical device development. So we're starting with the next slide. Okay. Okay, if you look into my presentation, I have divided stages or phases on medical device development, life development, starting from the prototype to regulatory approval. We have 5 stages. Okay, start with the design and development. In design and development, I will have a brief explanation what is the step involved. Stages 2 is on the manufacturing process. Usually when I'm talking about manufacturing process, what is the stages or what is the step involved? What type of requirement in terms of ISO requirement on the manufacturing of medical device. Preclinical and clinical trial is stage 3. So after the devices completed manufactured, so it must undergo preclinical trial or clinical trial as well. Then stages 4 is regulatory submission and approval. This is what the core business of MDA. So we are the custodian of the X737. So under the Act of 737, all medical device before put into place in Malaysia need to be registered. Then the last stages is about post-market activity. So all the devices that already been placement in the market, used by the user, the manufacturer, the establishment must conduct the post-market activity. So means that all the collecting data related to surveillance vigilance on the devices should be continued until the device is disposal. Okay, we go for the first step. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So we are talking about the stages on design and development. So what is actually the detail in the design and development? Usually when you're talking about design and development, there's a few stages, a few steps is involved in these stages. From my experience, when I encounter most of the researcher from the uni, from the hospital, this is whereby the researcher or the hospital involved a lot the process on design and development. So usually what is the step is stipulated in this process on design and development? We have the concept. Okay, usually the concept of inventing of medical device or design the medical device, where is it came from? So then establishing the project team to materialize the concept on designing of the devices. Then they put the commercialization plan. This is a very important because this is the thing where the project team will put the strategies, marketing strategies, or the development strategies to materialize the concept from beginning. So the next step is aspect of design and development. So this one, I will further enhance what is actually the aspect we are talking about design and development. Okay, next stage. Okay. The concept. Usually when you're talking about designing the medical device, the idea could be coming from the manufacturer of medical device. They have previous devices. They would like to enhance the devices in terms of performance, specification of the devices. So it could come, the idea coming from the manufacturer. So it also coming from the academic institution. So the researcher from the uni, from the academic institution, they have a lot of idea, a good idea to invent or to design a medical device to cater a certain condition. So it also can come the concept from the academic institution. And it also can come from the physician, from the nurses. So when this is the experience encounter from the physician itself, from the nurses, whereby day by day they're using the devices, though then they have an idea to improve, to enhance the use of the devices. So it also can come from their perspective. Post-market surveillance data. Usually, this post-market surveillance data is collected by the manufacturer. So when these devices is designed, developed, and manufactured, put in placement for use, the manufacturer will continuously monitor the performance of the devices. How do they monitor? By collecting the post-market surveillance data. Means that the real performance of the devices in the real of use. So nowadays, they are always referred as real evidence-based. So from the post-market data surveillance collected by the manufacturer, they might encounter several issues. So the manufacturer could have enhanced the design of medical device. So basically, the concept of medical device is always coming from various aspects. So it means that it could be from the manufacturer, it could be from the academic institution, from the physician, the nurses, the user itself, or from the data collected by using the devices in the real evidence base. So next. So the project team, usually when they have a concept of designing a devices or develop the devices, the project team must be just set up. So the main thing of this project team is actually to plan what is the next to materialize the concept. So usually the project team will be comprise many fields. It could be coming from engineer, it coming from the clinician, regulatory people, coming from the quality system expert. So there will be a mixture of expertise in the project team, because together to develop one devices is required a lot of knowledge or expert from everyone. So the project team is actually what they need to do is they will monitor the development, to put a plan of strategy to develop the medical device. So what is the stages, what is the steps? So means that the plan of action should come from the project team. So usually when we are encounter with the somehow like my experience when I encounter with the manufacturer, they have a new devices and so on. They always said that the difficulty that they have to set up on the project team, there are an available expert, not enough expert in Malaysia. What do I have always mentioned to them that we do understand designing or development of medical device, there is no single person that can cater everything. But what they need to do is to find a way to address each of every criteria or concept that they want to develop and collaborate with the hospital, collaborate with the research institute, collaborate with the lab, and collaborate with the clinician. So it could address it overall of the concept of designing the medical device. Okay, next. Okay, so I have mentioned earlier on the commercialization plan. So the project team, so they need to create the commercialization plan. What is the commercialization plan? It's actually, it also can refer as a market specification or overall product specification. So usually when you want to transpose from the concept, from the idea, you want to materialize the concept, the idea, you must have a clear define what the commercialization process is need to be take into place. Okay, another experience that encounter with all the researcher, because I do also involved in the process of clinical trial in medical devices. So most of medical device, when they are need to conduct a clinical trial in Malaysia setting, they need to notify MDA. So MDA will have a committee meeting and discuss in terms of the requirement of the clinical trial for the medical device. So there is some area whereby the researcher always said that what they encounter when they are finishing all the process of their device development, design, and so on, and complete the trial and the trial of the devices, they are facing a problem to, from the trial completed, move to commercialization. So that is one of the challenges coming that been issued by the researcher lately. They are stuck in the process from the completing of the trial, move to commercialization. So it's a very important process whereby you have to identify parties that willing to commercial the medical device, because commercialization is required a lot of process, budgeting involved, setting, manufacturing process, and so on. Okay, next. Okay, the last stage on the design and development is about four aspects of design and development on the medical device. So what you need to pay attention in the aspect design and development, establish the risk management on the medical device. So usually the established standard that we have referred for the risk management is ISO 14971. This is under ISO standard. So usually this ISO standard is detail out how do you can identify the risk involved in the medical device, mitigate the risk, and to reduce the risk as much as possible. Then at the end of the time, what is the remaining or residual risk remain after all the process of mitigation take place. So in this ISO 14971, they have stipulated stages and rules of thumb how the manufacturer can refer to conduct the risk management activity. Design review. Okay, systematic process. What do we refer as a design review? The systematic process to determine the medical device meets the desirable specification of the product or commercialization plan. So before you move to the commercialization plan and move to the next process of manufacturing, so what is the team need to emphasize is they need to have a process whereby they need to revise or to review the designs. So is the redesign input meeting the design output? Okay, then validate the design output. Is it meeting the design outcomes of the medical devices? So this is a very important. If the design input do not meet the design output, so means that you need to redo the design review. So you need to conduct again the systematic process to look into your design review. So after that, you need to consider to identify what type of the preclinical trial that need to undergone for the specific devices. So this preclinical feasibility study is to verify that the product is safe and the product is functional in its current designs. Means that with this undergone of preclinical trial or feasibility study, the process is actually to determine, to verify the product is safe and is function according to the current design. Okay. Next process is to identify the biocompatibility. So the biocompatibility, they have a various series of biocompatibility. So it will be depend on the what type of your devices. So you have to undergo and look into what type of biocompatibility testing is actually meeting your device per se. Okay, next. Okay, next phases in the manufacturing process. Okay, so when you're talking about the manufacturing, so after you have completed the first stages in terms of design and development, now the design of the medical device ready to be manufactured. So as I mentioned earlier on, this is the hiccup whereby I can encounter most of our researcher in the academic institution facing. They have completed all the process of design and development. They have completed all the trial and so on, but they are unable to move coming from the design and development process to the manufacturing stages, because the manufacturing stages is actually whereby you require a manufacturing plan to be set up in order to manufacture the devices in the mass production. So what we have always emphasized on the manufacturing medical device is need to be comply on the certification ISO 13485. This ISO 13485 is actually the certification required for all the manufacturer which is dealing with medical device. What is the key element stated in the ISO 13485 is always talking about the production facility. So you have to looking into the key area whereby the environmental control need to be set up, the contamination on the control of the contamination, personal health hygiene control, design of the building. So each of every devices, they might have a special requirement in terms of the facility of the manufacturing. Depend. If the medical device requires sterilization, it could have a facility whereby you need a sterilization process to be conducted in-house. So you have to set up the facility to tailor with requirement sterilization. So quality management system, this is we refer to ISO 13485 must be established. The factory need to acquire the certification of ISO 13485. Then if they have the certification 13485, all the aspect element in the process of manufacturing medical device is already been encountered. Okay, next. Okay, so if you look into the next slide, sorry, I think next after this. Okay, so the stuffing one. Okay, so this is all the element. I just take out each of every element in 1345. What are the key elements that have being emphasized? First, on the staffing and training. So in the manufacturing process, you require a staff, training for the staff, enhance knowledge for the staff, because you have to make sure all the staff have the acquired knowledge in terms of the process, the manufacturing process of the medical device. Process validation is also one of the key elements being emphasized in 1345. So you have to set up how to do a process validation, calibration if there is a equipment required calibration, continued monitored of the requirement calibration of each of the equipment required. Sterilization, so if your devices required sterilization facility, so you need to know what is the step to set up the sterilization facility. Okay, next. Okay, traceability procedure. So manufacturer have to come up with the procedure. How do they traceability of the medical device? If this already been manufactured, placement in the market, so how do they can traceable their medical device? If there any incident happen to their devices, how do they can traceable the medical device out from their factory to the user? How they can track the specific batches, the specific model that have incidents. So the manufacturer must be able to establish the traceability procedure. Packaging and labeling. So this packaging and labeling, they need to comply with ISO 13485. So means that what is the labeling required, what is the packaging. If certain devices require special packaging, so they must have set up criteria how to do the packaging on the medical device. Product release process. So this is actually one of critical element quality control mechanism, whereby they must understood what are they releasing in these phases is meeting the quality control. So they must be able to identify quality product. So they must be able to identify where is the devices that they can have to means that it's not meeting the requirements. So segregation of these medical devices. So documentation. So after all when you're talking about quality management system, it's not about the action as only, it's also about the documentation. So each of every process involved in manufacturing process must be documented, must be able to referred by the staffing, referred by the process owner. So that is one of the very important criteria when you are talking about maintaining and establish and maintaining the quality management system. Okay, next. Okay, clinical trial. So this is another stage about clinical trial. Bear in mind, some medical device you might not require a clinical trial. So it might be a device that already how is already for years in the market. They have a lot literature review. They have a lot of clinical evidence regarding on the devices. So what is you need to do for this type of medical device? You need to conduct a systematic review, means that all the literature review pertaining to a similar devices must be how to say, compare in terms of three elements. First element is clinical outcome, specificity, technicality of the medical devices, and another one is on about the what is the gap if there is a devices, the current devices that already in the market, and the devices that you have designed that similar to the devices that current in the market. What is the similarity, or is there any gap? Okay, if that gap can be addressed with the relevant clinical data, available clinical data, so the clinical trial might not needed for that particular devices. But if the medical device is totally new, or that devices has a gap that could not be addressed by the existing clinical data or existing clinical evidence, then it's a must for the manufacturer to conduct clinical trials. So under ISO 14155 is actually ISO that could be referred, dedicated for clinical trial for medical devices. So it's actually clinical investigation of medical devices for human subject, good clinical practice. So see, so this is one of the reference ISO that could be referred to if you are talking about conducting clinical trial for medical devices. Under ISO 14155, they have a few guide that you can set if you want to conduct a trial for medical devices. They have a mandatory requirement to be complied with if you have the specific devices need to be tested for the human subject. Okay, next. Okay, now we're moving. After all collecting all the data, putting it everything as a clinical evidence, then what is the end result of everything? Before you are prepare all these technical document for the purpose of submission for regulatory approval. So in these cases, in MDA, we always refer there is a mandatory document to address all the clinical evidence related to medical devices. We call upon it a clinical evaluation report. So this clinical evaluation report is actually comprise everything. What is the clinical data that been collected, analyzing of that clinical data, compiling all this clinical evidence and turn out into a report. So conclusion addressing for everything, that then it is actually we referred as a technical documentation. So clinical evaluation report is one of the main document that we will review during the process of regulatory approval, because this clinical evaluation report can determine the safety performance of the medical devices. Okay, next. Okay, moving to the next phases, which is regulatory submission and approval. Okay, so this is what I've told from beginning. This is the main thing that MDA process. So after all these medical device gone through stages from design and development, goes through the process of manufacturing, undergone preclinical trial, completed the preclinical trial and clinical trial, everything is documented and submit to MDA for the purpose of regulatory submission. So in MDA, submission of registration of medical device is online. It's the system we call is Medcast 3.0. So what do you submit in this regulatory before we can issue the regulatory approval? So we always refer as a common submission dossier template. What do we have in common submission dossier template? It's all about the devices specification, intended use of devices, clinical evidence of the medical device. So in this form, what we are always referred a clinical evaluation report, risk management identified by the manufacturer on the medical device, design verification and validation of the medical device. So all the report testing that you already undergone for the devices, preclinical trial that already been determined according to nature of your devices, all their report and the conclusion. Biocompatibility report must be comprehensive enough to address all the elements for the particular devices. If the devices can cause skin irritation, for example, can cause sensitization, can cause reaction to the skin. So you must be able to identify the type of biocompatibility test to address all that element. So in MDA, all that documentation need to be submitted through online Medcast. So that is a process before obtaining the regulatory approval. Okay, next. Post-market activity. So we are not talking about post-market activity after the process of regulatory submission and approval. So means that everything is compliance, we will issue the registration. So once it's already registered, it's not stopped there. Okay, the manufacturer must be able to conduct a post-market activity. Okay, next slide. What we are according to the post-market activity. So usually the post-market activity is the real evidence based on the performance of that medical device. Means that what is the outcome? They can manage to collect a data in the greater sample size. So remember, before this medical device been placed in the market, of course you have undergone the clinical trial, but clinical trial is a control. Okay, within the control environment. So the parameter being controlled. So what is very important in the exercising activity of post-market surveillance vigilance is whereby you can collect as much as data with the greater sample because it's used. For example, if used in the hospital, so you are continuing collecting the data and monitoring the performance of the medical device. So recently, there have several countries in the global region have a different approach before they are approved for medical devices. Some of the medical devices that already undergone registration for the first timer, they might not require the post-market data. But if that medical device is already been like 5 years, in Malaysia's situation, the validity of registration is 5 years. Means that after 5 years, you need to re-register your devices. So usually what we required, the process of registration, the manufacturer must be able to submit post-market data. Okay, so we need to look into what are the data they've been collected and then how do their performance. Is there any incident? If there any recall, if there any first safety corrective action been taken by the manufacturer throughout at least for the 5 years the devices in the market. So that is also one of the criteria or requirement we look into for the devices that already undergone for 5 years at least in Malaysia. Okay, for other countries, they also have the similar approach, but depending on the validity of their registration. I think that is my last slide, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the activity about post-market So how do they collect the data post-market? Coming from the user feedback. So if there any feedback from the user, usually the manufacturer must be able to collect the feedback from the clinician, from the nurses, using their devices. What are their feedback? So corrective action they have taken for that particular devices, if there any. Is there any event related? So they must report to MDA. So that is obligation on the manufacturer. If there any event happen for their devices, they need to report to MDA. It's actually requirement in the Act of 737. I think that is my last slide. Okay, thank you. If you have any issue or any query, you can email directly to me, aidawati@mda.gov.my. So if there is also allowed, is there any question related? I can take now.
Okay, thank you, Puan Aida, for the informative and interesting sharing you've given. So now we open the floor to the question and answers. I see there's a few questions here. Firstly, from Dr. Nurhana Jusso. Does MDA have an accessible database library for the standards ISO documents that needs to be complied during the R&D stages or the manufacturing stages?
Yes, we do have. We do have. Actually, we have all the data. In fact, actually, we collaborate with DSM for this particular library, because DSM is providing all the standard related for medical devices. For your information, actually, we do have a TC under Department of Standard, preferring, or the scope is actually identifying the standard for medical device, starting from R&D and the whole process life cycle of development medical device. Yes, we do under the TC.
How for the users, or for, let's say, for us, the universities, to request for the documents, the process of requesting for the documents.
Okay, so that list of the ISO standard internally referred by our people, but for academician, you can refer to DSM, because they have published a list of standard that you can purchase, acquired from them. But you have to find a specific scope for medical devices. Then they have a list of standard that you might be able to refer to. But for the full text of that medical device, for the standard, you have to purchase with DSM.
Okay, thank you, Puan Aida. So the next question comes from our YouTube viewer, Dam Oxygen. Can you detail if Malaysia Medical Device Regulatory offers any specific incentives or fast-track registration process for local versus foreign manufacturers?
For the time being, we don't have any incentive, but for the local and foreign manufacturer, we have a different way of catering a conformity assessment of medical devices. Okay. For the local, of course, if the local, usually we have a various situation for medical devices before they can choose which conformity assessment that they can undergo. So we always refer, they have two route of conformity assessment: full conformity assessment or verification process of conformity assessment. So full conformity assessment, what do we refer to? Means that this medical device never been marketed anywhere. Okay, or this medical device do not have obtained any regulatory approval from our 5 reference country. So what is the 5 reference country? We referred 5 reference country is US, European country, Australia, Japan. Now we have reliance with Singapore, coming soon Philippines, Thailand. Then we have also coming soon our reliance with China. So if all these medical device have obtained regulatory approval from the recognized country that we have mentioned in our circular letter number 2, you are eligible to go for verification process. So verification process is quite fast. It can be completed within 14 days. for verification process. But the full conformity assessment, if you don't have a recognition, a regulatory approval from the recognized country that I have mentioned earlier on, so it could be, if I'm not mistaken, when I'm talking about the real experience with the local manufacturer, it can be up 3 to 6 months. They can complete the conformity assessment. Okay.
Thank you. So another question from Dr. Nur Aimi. Are there any examples of medical device products from local universities that have been approved by MDA?
Okay, recently we have do encounter few IVD medical device. It's actually collaborate within the uni and our local manufacturer. Our local manufacturer for IVD, because we have encounter with COVID-19. So this industry for IVD devices have been much spike. So we can see there's a lot of IVD medical device coming from the academic institution researcher collaborate with our local manufacturer. Yes, we do have a lot of IVD medical device collaborate within the university and the local manufacturer to make it a commercial, and we have registered that a few. Yes, we do have.
So
Mostly
it's
IVD medical device.
good to hear, because it could be as a motivation for our researchers in the
Yeah,
universities
yes.
to come up with new ideas, with new products. So next, there's a question from Dr. Zahran. What if the medical device does not have any FDA or CE cert, but has already been certified by MDA? It's a homegrown device. My question is that would the device be allowed to be sold in Malaysia?
Before to be sold in Malaysia, it must be registered with MDA. So means that even though you have FDA or CE cert, you need to be registered with MDA. You need to be registered. The only difference is you can choose the conformity assessment route, the simpler route, which is we referred as verification process. If you do not have any approval from FDA or CE mark, you need to choose the route full conformity assessment. So this is the determination, because referring to the first the question that incentive, fast track, and so on, we are not refer as a fast track. We refer that verification process could be as another fast track, whereby you can get the approval of MDA in a faster way. But full conformity assessment, the difference is because that devices do not have any registration or regulatory requirement from the recognized country. So yes, if this medical device do not have any recognition from any other country, we do not have any obligation for any manufacturer to register with MDA. Just you have to undergo the full conformity assessment that might take you like 3 to 6 months. Compared to the verification process is like 2 weeks. So that is the only different timeline. Yes.
Oh, so the timeline would differ lah.
Yeah, the timeline. I think it's more like compilation of the clinical evidence, compilation of the documentation. If that medical device is purely new devices, you do not have any reference related to the devices, of course, you need to complete your clinical trial and so on. So that is actually why is it taken until like 3 to 6 months? So to review that documentation and so on. So that is the process. But usually coming from experience industry, it's not more than that. It's like 3 to 6 months. Definitely you will complete your conformity assessment and ready to be registered with MDA.
How about vice versa? Meaning you've mentioned just now, if the product has the FDA or CE cert from outside, they can be easily, meaning they can like skip the conformity assessment period.
We are
what
not
about
referring.
if the product has been registered in Malaysia, have gained certificate registration status with MDA? Can the product be easily registered outside, meaning other than Malaysia? Let's say for
Okay, so that is what I call just now reliance. Okay, so now what MDA very actively involved, getting reliance from other countries. Okay, so now we having a reliance with China for low risk medical device. So low risk medical device is class A. So means that if we have a great reliance with China, so means that their devices coming to our market and our devices coming to their market must be seamless. So that we refer as reliance. We also now in ongoing having a reliance with Singapore, Philippines, Korea, and Taiwan. So we have several Asian countries is actually in the process of signing MOU, getting the reliance on board. So if it's agreeable within this reliance achievable, so the process must be a win-win situation. Means that our industry goes to their respective country and their country industry goes to Malaysia must be a a seamless process. So that is part of our process now. MDA very actively getting lots of reliance. It could be happen.
Good to hear. Okay, so waiting for a few more, if there's any more questions. So I think there's no more questions. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you again to Puan Aidawati for the fruitful sharing session. And also hopefully later in the near future, we can further collaborate and then even Meditech, our center itself has a few collaborations with MDA, and we hope to gain more collaborations in the future.
Yes,
So
thank you very much.
thank you again, and also to our viewers. So now I pass the session back to our chair, Ms. Adlisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zulfazli and Puan Aida. Now we will have a break until 2 p.m. The conference will resume with the next invited speakers until 5 p.m. There will be much more knowledge to be shared this evening. Please stay tuned and anticipate the insightful discussion ahead. Thank you and see you later. Bye-bye.
And the rain is falling. Here we are at the crossroads once again. You're telling me you're so confused, you can't make up your mind. Is this meant to be? You're asking me, but only love can save. Try again or walk away, but I believe for you and me the sun will shine one day. So I just play my part, pray you'll have a change of heart, but I can make you see it through. That's something only love can do. In your arms as the dawn is breaking, face to face and 1,000 miles apart. I've tried my best to make you see there's hope beyond the pain. If we give enough, if we learn to trust, but only love can save. Try again or walk away, but I believe for you and me the sun will shine one day. So I just play my part, pray you'll have a change of heart, but I can make you see it through. That's something only love can do. I know if I could find the words to touch you deep inside, you'd give my dream just one more chance to wrap this
setia mengalir. Berjanjilah ia tak mungkin kan berakhir. Suasana sepi begini, panahan rindu menusuk hati, tak mungkin kau sadari. Lantas ku titip puisi kasih agar gelora tidak merintih, sengsara pun menyisih. Dengarkanlah suara hati, moga kau mampu mengerti. Cinta hadir tanpa ku rasa simpati. kasih-kasih agar gelora tidak merintih, sengsara pun menyisih. Dengarkanlah suara hati, moga dikau mampu mengerti cinta hadir tanpa ku rasa simpati. Janjilah ia tak mungkin kan berakhir. ku rasa simpati. Percayalah kasih agar gelora tidak merintih, sengsara pun menyisih. Dengarkanlah suara hati, moga dikau mampu mengerti cinta hadir tanpa ku rasa simpati. cinta hadir tanpa ku rasa simpati. Ku rasa simpati. kasih, usaba surya kau hadir, persis ombak memukul kasisir, bimbang cinta terusir. Karena rindu pastikan lahir, air mata setia mengalir, berjanjilah dia tak mungkin kan berakhir. Suasana sepi begini, penahan rindu menusuk hati, tak mungkin kau sadari. Lantas ku titip puisi kasih, agar gelora tidak merintih, sengsara pun menyisih. Dengarkanlah suara hati, moga kau mampu mengerti, cinta hadir tanpa ku rasa simpati. Do Tanpaku mengerti cinta hadir, tanpa ku rasa simpati. Ku rasa simpati.
crossroads once again. You're telling me you're so confused, you can't make up your mind. Is this meant to be? You're asking me, but only love can say. Try again or walk away, but I believe for you and me, the sun will shine one day. So I just play my part and pray you'll have a change of heart. But I can make you see it through. That's something only love can do. In your arms as the dawn is breaking, face to face and 1,000 miles apart. I've tried my best to make you see there's hope beyond the pain. If we give enough, if we learn to trust, but only love can say. Try again or walk away, but I believe for you and me, the sun will shine one day. So I just play my part, pray you'll have a change of heart. But I can make you see it through. That's something only love can I know if I could find the words to touch you deep inside, you'd give my dream just one more chance to let this be our last goodbye. But only love can say. Try again or walk away, but I believe for you and me, the sun will shine one day. So I just play my part and pray you'll have a change of heart. But I can make you see it through. That's something only love can do.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, good. Testing.
Okay, dengar dia.
till my battery dies. There's something missing in my life. It was something inside of you. I didn't know what I was missing. Didn't know that I was lost until I found you. I was running in the dark until I found you. I didn't know that I was lost until I found you. Thought that love was hopeless. Thought there was nothing to lose. I didn't know that I was broken. I was lost until I found you.
Okay, go ahead.
Has it made me feel like,
The world's a smaller place.
yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing break. I am Tashitra Subramaniam, your MC for the afternoon session of S-Meditech 2024. Thank you all for being here today. Without further delay, let's dive into the afternoon session of the conference. Our moderators are ready to lead you through the next set of engaging discussions. First up, let's welcome our esteemed moderator, Dr. Noor Jihada Iza, to kick off the afternoon session and introduce our next speakers. Dr. Iza, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chairperson. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all. I'm Noor Jihada Iza Ismail, will be your moderator. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you may join us via Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Now, I would like to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Associate Professor in Senior Technologies, Dr. Nuhasrul Akmal Nadiman. Doctor, we meet again.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
All
Well,
right,
thank you.
okay. Hi, Doctor.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Nuhasrul received his PhD in Mechanical Engineering from University Technology Malaysia UTM in 2016. He is currently an Associate Professor in the Department of Materials Manufacturing and Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, UTM Johor, Malaysia. He is a member of the Institutions of Mechanical Engineers and Chartered Mechanical Engineer. He is also a professional engineer recognized by Board of Engineer Malaysia and professional technologies recognized by Malaysia Board of Technologies. Dr. Nuhasrul involves as both project leader and project member in numerous research projects funded by various ministries, industries, as well as UTM. His papers have been published in both international and national journals. In addition to this, he has presented papers at international and national conferences and seminars. He has won several international and national recognitions such as Best Paper Award, Best Presenter Award, and Best Invention Award. He has obtained over 700 citations and H-Index 15 in Scopus. Dr. Hasrul engages with several consultancy projects involving local companies and organizations and has conducted training on diverse courses organized by university as well as industry. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Hasrul. The stage is yours.
Alright, okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Alright, my name is Hasrul Akmal bin Ganiman. Today I will present about the quality improvement on mechanical properties of FDM 3D printed triply predict minimal surfaces DPMS structure for tissue engineering scaffold. Right. Okay, I will start my presentation. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. I will start with the introduction, methodology, how I developed that, result in discussion, as well as conclusion. So when we talk about tissue engineering, we talk about something groundbreaking, discipline-centered on the creation of intrinsic three-dimensional structure, commonly refers as a scaffold. So this scaffold, when combined with living cell, give rise to biodegradable 3D constructs. The primary objective behind this is to craft a living structure that not only mirror the functionality of the native tissue, but in optimal condition exceed its performance. This method of integrating cell with a scaffold is rooted in a principle that seeks to replace or regenerate tissue that might have been damaged or lost. So to achieve this, tissue engineering hinge on the four pivotal components. The first one is scaffold itself. This provide a supportive 3D framework. It is meticulously designed to simulate that the tissue natural environment to ensure the cell have appropriate structure for attach, grow, and organization. Over the time, as tissue mature and integrate with the body, this scaffold degrade, leaving behind the newly formed tissue. So the second factor, component is growth factor. So these are bioactive molecules that influence cell behavior. They play a crucial role in steering cellular activities such as proliferation, differentiation, and maturation. Their inclusion ensure that the cell within the scaffold evolve in a manner conducive to the desired tissue function. The next component is ECM, which is an extracellular matrix. So this is a complex mesh of proteins and carbohydrates found between cell and tissue. The ECM is a fundamental as it offers structural and biochemical support. In tissue engineering, the ECM characteristics are often mimicked or integrated into the scaffold to ensure an optimal environment for cell growth and organization. And the last component is cell itself. These are core units of life are integrated to tissue engineering. Depending on the application, cell can be harvested from the patient or donor and can range from mature differentiated cells to more versatile stem cells. Their integration into the scaffold is crucial, ensuring the resulting tissue is alive and dynamic and capable of integrating with the body system. So tissue engineering as to encompass a wide range of application, in reality is intimately related to the replacement and restoration of portion of whole tissue must possess certain mechanical and structural properties. So this is how tissue engineering scaffold work. One of the most formidable challenge faced by the medical professional today is the treatment and healing of the large-scale bone defect. These defects are not merely breaks or fracture, but substantial gaps in the bone that resist conventional healing method. Such extensive bone damage can arise from a myriad of factors. Traumatic event like severe accident or injury often lead to such a bone loss. Additionally, Surgical procedure to remove tumor also can result in significant bone voids. So infection, if left untreated, can eat away at the bone structure, so it leading to the further complication. Each of these situations present a unique challenge in terms of treatment, making it imperative for us to explore innovative approach and solution to restore bone integrity and function. When we talk about the development of tissue engineering scaffold, three key components emerge as a pivotal, which is the first one is materials, the second one is a design itself, the third one is a method. So the choice of material dictate the scaffold biocompatibility, degradation rate, and mechanical properties, which is in turn influence its interaction with cells and overall performance. However, in today's presentation, we focus primarily on the latter two components, which is a method and design. The methodology behind the scaffold fabrication is utmost importance. It determines how well we can replicate the intrinsic structure and pattern found in the natural tissue. With advancing technology, we have a plethora of methods at our disposal, from electrospinning to 3D printing, each offering its unique advantages. And then there also the design aspect. A scaffold design is not just about shape and size. It's about creating environment conducive for cell to grow, differentiation and integration. This encompasses the scaffold porosity, is a surface topography, spatial arrangement of growth factor. So by optimizing this design parameter, we can guide tissue regeneration in a precise and controlled manner. In summary, while materials lay the groundwork for the scaffold development, is a method and design truly define its functionality and efficiency in tissue engineering. It is this area that we will delve deeper into this presentation. So today we'll be going to delve into the world of TPMS scaffold. So specifically those printed via FDM 3D printer. TPMS, or known as a triply periodic minimal surfaces, are mathematical concepts used to describe surfaces that repeat periodically in three independent spatial directions without self-intersecting. When applied to tissue engineering, TPMS design provides scaffold with optimal porosity and interconnected channel, making them excellent choice for supporting the complex processes of tissue regeneration. So the artificial scaffold, in essence, act as a substitute for damaged tissue. So particularly within the intrinsic structure of human bone, these scaffolds are not just passive filler. They play a dynamic role in facilitating the growth of various tissue, including bone, cartilage, ligaments, scales, blood vessels, muscle, and others. Their versatility does not stop here. Beyond the tissue support, scaffold have found application as delivery vehicle, allowing for control release from a medication of protein, enhancing the overall regeneration process. One of the most critical characteristics of scaffold, especially those intended for bone regeneration, is its structure itself. Scaffold need to be porous, but not just porosity will suffice. The porosity must be designed in the way that promotes cell viability, attachment, and proliferation. The porous structure should also encourage osteogenic differentiation, vascularization, and host integration. Moreover, given that a bone bears the weight of our bodies, this scaffold need to maintain a certain level of mechanical strength. In essence, the adoption of TPMS design in scaffold fabrication, especially using 3D printing method, usher in a new era of technology. So it combines the precision of modern technology with intrinsic design inspired by the nature and mathematics, ensuring the optimal condition for tissue growth and regeneration. So in the real arm of a tissue engineering, the term of scaffold might bring to mind a specific visual or structural concept. Picturing a scaffold, you might envision a complex porous structure intrinsically designed to mimic the extracellular matrix found within our body. This is precisely what a scaffold is. So a biomaterial-based porous architects that serve a pivotal role in providing the necessary support environment conducive for tissue regeneration and growth. These scaffolds are not just passive structure, they actively interact with cell, guiding and facilitating their growth in three-dimensional space, ensuring that the newly formed tissue integrates seamlessly with the surrounding native tissue. So as in this picture, highlighted by Castillo 2017, the design, composition, and functionality of the scaffold are critical to their success in promoting a tissue regeneration. In essence, a scaffold is more than just a structure. It's a dynamic environment tailored to meet the specific needs of the tissue and it's designed to support. So when we talk about the additive 3D manufacturing, actually it also known as a 3D printing. It's a cutting edge technology that builds object layer by layer from ground up. Instead of traditional manufacturing, which is involves subtracting or carving out material, additive manufacturing adds material in a precise and controlled manner to create intrinsic and detailed structure. It's a core. The process begins with the digital blueprint or 3D model. We create it by using a software. Then we slice it into thin horizontal layer by specialized software. These layers are sequentially printed on one on top of the others using variety of material ranging from plastic and metals to ceramic and even biological materials. So why additive manufacturing becomes so pivotal in the development of scaffold? So the answer lies is unparalleled versatility and precision. So with additive manufacturing, it's possible to create complex and porous structure tailored to mimic the exact environment of specific tissue. These intricacies, which are often challenging or impossible to achieve with traditional method. So it will the structure produced by using a 3D printing is better for cell adherence, polymerization, and differentiation. Moreover, the ability to customize and rapidly prototype scaffold mean that the researcher and the clinician can design a patient-specific solution, so paving the way for more personalized medicine. So in summary, additive manufacturing revolving the way we approach the scaffold development by offering a combination of precision, customization, and efficiency, making a cornerstone in the advancement of tissue engineering. So the quality improvement in 3D printed scaffold refer to the deliberate and systematic enhancement made in the design, structure, and functionality of scaffold produced through additive manufacturing technique. As the very essence of a tissue engineering relies on scaffold that can seamlessly integrate and support cellular growth, and the quality of the scaffold of paramount importance. So the significant quality improvement in this serious arm is a manifold. So first and foremost, we need to ensure the biocompatibility, structure integrity of the scaffold, which is directly influence the ability to support and nurture cells. So an optimal design control promotes cell adherence, proliferation, and differentiation, paving the way successful tissue engineering. So additionally, when professionals aim to improve the quality of 3D printed scaffold, they focus on the three element primary pillars. The first one is on the part design. These pertain to geometric and spatial configuration of the scaffold. And optimal design ensure the right balance between porosity and structural strength, creating environment conducive for cell growth while withstanding the physiological stresses. So the second one is a material selection. The choice of material dictate the scaffold biocompatibility, degradation rate, and mechanical properties. Selecting the right materials can mean the difference between a scaffold that rejects by the body and one that seamlessly integrates. So the third part is a parameter setting. This involves fine-tuning of the 3D printing parameter like layer height, infill density, printing speed. So proper parameter setting can significantly influence the scaffold microstructure and overall quality. So in this study, our primary objective is to dive deep into the intricacies of the scaffold manufacturing with specific focus on achieving superior mechanical properties. So the first objective is the identification of a significant factor. The second one is develop of an optimal design. The third one is determination of optimal machine parameter. And the fourth one, achieving high porosity coupled with a superior mechanical properties. So this is a methodology. We start with a problem identification, then we move into the categorizing the influence factor. After that, we determine the most of the significant factor. So then we develop a scaffold structure by using FDM 3D printer. After that, we do optimization process. If the optimization process is good, then we go to determination of effect for different factors. If not good, then we adjust back the setting of parameter FDM 3D printed and do optimization again before we go for the discussion and conclusion. All right. So how to determine the most influencing factor for affect the characteristic of the product produced from the FDM 3D printer. The first one is categorizing. We need to categorize the influencing factor. So we need to check and investigate which factor could give an impact to the mechanical and the quality of the scaffold. The second one, fishbone diagram for holistic understanding. So to visualize, represent, isolate the most effective categories, we employ a fishbone diagram method. So the tools not only provide a structured visualization of fruit, but also aids in discerning the predominant categories that warrant our attention. The third one is a selecting key. On the selecting key, like I mentioned before, the three main criteria, which is the first one is materials, the second one is machine, and the third one is structure. And in that factor analysis, building on the identified categories, so we embark on a comprehensive literature review, diving into more than 60 sources, spanning journal, research paper, and technical documentation from the past 5 years. So, and then we do a Pareto analysis to ensure we are dedicating our resources and attention to the most impactful factor. We are use the Pareto chart. This allows us to identify and rank the more significant variables, thereby enabling us to prioritize our effort by maximum efficiency and effectiveness. All right, so this is a fishbone diagram that we do, and this is a Pareto chart, and if you can see in here, they have a 4 factor which influence the first 3 is quite clear, the layer thickness, flow rate, and the filling characteristic, and the others is not much influence the mechanical property of the developed scaffold. All right, so this is a factor reference table, and from the literature, we found that the layer thickness, flow rate, and filling density is a more significant factor which can give a significant impact to the mechanical properties of the scaffold produced by the FDM 3D printer. So from the literature as well, the layer thickness, the lowest layer thickness, they can go to up 0.05, and the maximum they can go up to 0.4. Same with the flow rate, 50%. The maximum is 70%, and filling density is 40%, and filling density is 100%. And the factor, the categorical factor is a filling pattern which is aligned and rectangular. So in here, we do experimental design. We do a 2-level full factorial design with 4 center point, 2 responses, which is a compression strength and Young modulus. We use design as per software to generate standard order table with a random number of order. Develop of a scaffold structure at the M3D printer, which is printing the sample based on experimental design table parameter value, and we do an experiment. So all the sample were to be tested through compression test under a certain load and speed based on the ASTM D1621. All right, so this is a complete experimental design table and the result discussion. So the main goal for this study is to determine the compression, the maximum compression stress, and the maximum yang modulus from a generated load versus extension graph. And we follow the ASTM D1621, which is a standard compression testing for cellular plastic. And the sample testing, each sample was tested individually or 20 runs, and each sample has its own properties. So this is a sample before testing. This is a sample after testing. If you can see in here, they have a crack. So the crack occur after the compression test, right? So this is a stress strain first path, and the second stress strain second path. All right, so from this is the result. All the running for the input factor already determine the compression strength and Young modulus. So for the DOE discussion analysis, they have a half normality plot, which is the main output of half normal plots. The variables interaction are classified into two categories, which is significant and not significant. Then we do a ANOVA analysis. Also, the standard deviation is asked for each trial condition has to be determined to analyze the variability. Then we determine the main and effect interaction. After that, we do optimal factor setting. The last part, we do a model adequacy verification. All right, we look into the analysis, the ANOVA analysis for compression for compressive strength. All right, the model is significant, residual significant, lack of it not significant, R squared and adjacent R squared is good. So this is a normal plot of residual. The lines lies on the straight, the point lies on the straight line on this plot. All right, so this is a 3D surface plot. This is a 3D surface plot for compressive strength, right? You can see in here the higher flow rate and the higher layer thickness, it gives a low compressive strength, right? So this is a Young modulus analysis. All right, so the model is significant, the curvature is not significant, and lack of it is not significant. R squared and adjacent R squared is almost 1. So same with the normal plot, all the points it lies on the straight line, so it's good. And you can see in here the lower flow rate and lower layer thickness give a highest Young modulus, right? Then we do from the result we do a confirmation test. So on the confirmation experiment, we done it 6 experiment with the randomized layer thickness, flow rate, filling density, and filling pattern. All right, so this is a confirmation experiment result of the compressive strength. You can see in here the error not more than 10%, all of it below 10%, which is fall within the acceptable range. Okay. All right, so from the confirmation run and from the ANOVA analysis, if we want to optimize both, which is the compressive strength and Young modulus, so the layer thickness must be 0.05 millimeter, flow rate 50%, and filling density is 100%. So it will give a compressive strength 0.8 megapascal and Young modulus 16.42 megapascal, right? So in conclusion, the scaffold which printed by using FDM technology were ascertained that the predominant influencing factor can be categorized primarily into 3 domains. The first one, scaffold, structure, printing parameter, and the choice of material. And in-depth examination reveal over 20 factors affecting the FDM printing process for scaffold. So however, of these, the critical parameter that emerge include layer thickness, flow, percentage, infilling density, percentage, and the infilling pattern. So all right. Optimal setting is a layer thickness of 0.05 millimeter and flow rate 50% and the filling density 100%, and it result the compressive strength 0.8 megapascal and yang modular 16.42 megapascal. So we use a full factorial design for this study and the scaffold printed by using FDM 3D printer. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. There is a reference, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nahasro, for your very insightful and interesting sharing. We get to know about scaffold that can mimic a bone environment, ultimately for bone healing. Right, now I would like to open for the next session, which is question and answer session. Okay, so the first question comes from Dr. Rini Dharmastiti, sorry. What is the biomaterial used in this study? If the 3D print machine and material is different, the important parameter process is also the same as the result in this study? Dr. Nasro?
All right, thank you, Dr. Rini. Hi, Dr. Rini. How are you? I hope you are fine. So it's a very good questions. So the materials, since this study not focus on the materials, so I just use the standard materials, which is a PLA. And if the 3D printing machine and material is different, the result is not the same. So actually, for the 3D printing, we need to setting with the result. So for the 3D printing, we need to setting with the materials. So for these materials, so the result for the layer, the design is the same. But for the other setting machines, such as the temperature, the heating bag, and so it will be different. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nasro. I hope that answers Dr. Rini's question. Yeah, we are willing to receive an additional question if we have. Okay, the second question comes from Lisa Adlisa. Hi, doctor. Thank you for your sharing. I would like to know if there is any clinical testing that has already been done. Yes.
Yeah, all right. Hi, Adlisa. Thank you for the questions. So actually, wait a minute, I open this slide. All right. Okay. Sorry. I'll go back to the Alisa questions. All right. So the clinical testing, yes, we already done the clinical testing, but not for this type of materials. Actually, I do the extensive research about the scaffold start from 2012. So more than 12 years. So some of the material we already done on the clinical testing, but for the important part of the clinical testing is the material must be biomaterials. So if the materials is a biomaterial, so the cell can attach, but the design will influence on the cell growth rate and how the cell, how fast it can be healing. So for this study, we already done, but clinical testing, but for the not on PLA, but for the other materials. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nasro, and thank you, Adlisa. All right, yeah, if we have any additional question comes from Dr. Faiz. Based on the DOE, okay, is there any factor that is not significant and why?
All right, Dr. Faiz, thank you for the questions. All right, based on this study, by using a PLA materials, all the factor that we investigate or we consider to vary in the study, all of it is significance. So it means that the layer thickness play a role, the flow rate plays a role, and the filling density also play a role on the on this study. So only the not significant is a categorical factor, which is uh, filling pattern. So it means that the filling pattern is not significant because the filling pattern that we use in this study is a lines and rectangular. So since the structure that we use a TPMS, which is a highly porous structure, so the lines and rectangular is not much effect on the mechanical properties of the scaffold produced by the FDM 3D printing. Yeah.
See. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nasro, for your great and great actually explanation. Okay, another question from Adlisa. Hi, Doctor. Can you give opinion on future trends of materials for 3D printing?
All right. Okay. Hi, Adlisa. It's a very good question. So actually, for the materials, most of the research currently on the scaffold is we develop a personalized scaffold. So we not only develop a standard size of the scaffold, but we move into the personalized scaffold. When we talk about the personalized scaffold, we need to use a 3D printing. When we talk about the 3D printing, they have a lot of materials based on the application of bone itself. So if you use us for soft tissue, maybe we can go for the polymers. But if you use for the hard tissue, maybe we can go for the metals. So currently, our group focusing on the metals. We are exploring the titanium for the scaffold as a material for the 3D printing. So the other study, they using bio printing. Yeah, they inject cell inside the scaffold straight away during the printing process. So I think so it's depend on your application, Miss Alisa, whether you want to go for the soft tissue or hard tissue. So my suggestion, soft tissue, of course, you go to the polymer. Hard tissue, you can go for the ceramic or for the metals.
Okay, that's nice. Another question comes from Dr. Mahiza. What are the challenges involved in commercializing this type of product, Doctor?
Yeah, Doctor. As we know that the challenge is very hard in commercializing this product. But what can I say? The first one, we need to do a patent. Then we need to have pass all the regulation based on the country. But when our current process, when we talk about the commercializing, they have a many steps. So not only the development of the prototype, but the development of product, they will assess about not only your process or materials, but also the condition of your factory, the condition about where you produce your product. So all these things regulated, and you need to follow it. Yeah. So I can say that the challenge involved in commercialization is very hard because they have many steps need to be done, and I think it's hard because of it involved with the human body. So we need to make sure that all the thing is safe, certified before it can be inserted into our body.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hasro. I think there's no more question. And with that, I would like to thank Dr. Hasro for being with us today. Till we meet again, Dr. Hasro, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Nasuha Umar. Dr. Nasuha?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me introduce her. Dr. Nasuha obtained her PhD in 2023 from University Technology Malaysia. She is now working in the Health Performance Unit, National Institute of Health, Selangor, Malaysia. Her work has encompassed a variety of projects that leverage big data analytics, machine learning, and data visualization to enhance healthcare systems. These projects include the Health System Performance Dashboard, the National Patient Flow Management System, and individual performance monitoring systems for healthcare workers. Dr. Nasuha's research interest has been focused on management of diabetes through subclustering of ethnic groups using machine learning and progressions of glaucoma using statistical tools. Her publications address complex topics such as diabetes subtypes classification and personalized healthcare, revealing her commitment to use technology to tailor healthcare solutions to individual needs. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Nasuha. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum and good evening. Today I am Dr. Nashwa Omar. I would like to present my project entitled Subclustering of Type 2 Diabetes for Better Personalization Treatment Management using Games Clustering. Okay. For introduction, as we know, currently 3.9 million of Malaysian adults have diabetes. Malaysia economic burden for type 2 diabetes only was approximately around 600 million US dollars. That was a statistic in 2020, and now it is around approximately 2.8 billion ringgit Malaysia. Study by Meta has stated that diabetes can be divided into many subtypes with distinct clinical characteristics. These subtypes can be divided into 5 other subtypes that are one for type 1 diabetes and the other 4 for type 2 diabetes, using 4 different clinical features that are homeostatic model assessment to beta, homeostatic assessment to insulin resistance, body mass index BMI, and age. These subtypes can lead to personalized medicine, as stated by Undler in 2019. The combination of data mining and machine learning has earned and to solve these solutions. For this problem statement, due to the large number of patients, time and cost constraint, the individual specific tests of both HOMA model assessment HOMA that was stated before are not being conducted by public hospitals, clinics in Malaysia. Next, K-means clustering algorithm was developed using only scale data to a mean value of 0 and standard deviation of 1. Besides, it was only conducted only for reduced data using principal component analysis to subcluster type 2 diabetes. And lastly, in the study by Akabis, as stated before, they only focus on the multi-ethnic group that exists in Sweden with limited non-Scandinavian representation, results to unclear utility of this classification in other populations such as in Malaysia. So the objectives of this research is to perform data exploration and data preparation in selecting relevant type 2 diabetes features for model development using exploratory data analysis, data cleaning, data transformation, and data reduction. Next is to develop and compare the different type 2 diabetes subcluster models of raw, cleaned, scaled, and reduced data integrated with K-means clustering algorithm. And lastly is to evaluate the performance of the developed models using internal clustering validation and hyperparameters tuning, besides to analyze the developed subclusters using confirmatory data analysis and clinical validation. The following shows the research flowchart that starts with the ethical application and literature review. After the ethical application was approved, we will conduct data extraction by gathering the data from the National Diabetes Registry, Johor. Next, we will perform data exploration and data preparation for our objective 1. Next, model development to fulfill our objective 2. And lastly, model evaluation and statistical analysis to fulfill our objective our third objective and last objective. The right hand side shows the overall algorithm development flowchart, which I will present it later. Sorry, for the slides presentation is a bit layered because I do it in animation. So I'll just briefly discuss about the ethical application and data extraction. For the ethical data, we have conducted the data extraction by performing data extraction by gaining data from National Diabetes Registry, and the data is a retrospective data from the 2017 to 2020. This data is only type 2 diabetes, and we only focus for Malaysian only. As for the parameters, it is divided into socio-demographic, medications, lab tests, complications, and comorbidities. This research was ethically approved by the MREC. The raw data set, and it was divided into 3 steps. And as stated before, as Malaysia didn't us, we have three new parameters that are
Dr. Nasuha? Dr. Nasuha, can you hear me? We are sorry because we are actually facing some technical. I think there's a little bit lagging. But we are trying to get back Dr. Nasuha to our StreamYard. Hope everyone can wait for her. Thank you. Dr. Nasuha, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, no
for the
problem.
technical problem. Okay, next is we've conducted data exploration and data preparation. For data exploration, we have conducted two exploratory data analysis on the excluded data set and the raw data set. Next, for data cleaning, we have performed on the raw data set, we have performed data imputation, and excluded data set, we perform outliers elimination, feature selection, and missing values elimination. For data cleaning, it is important as data normalization is sensitive to outliers. So we have to perform data cleaning to have a clean data. Next, for data transformation, we have conducted two approaches of data transformation. That is by performing data standardization and data normalization. For data reduction, we have performed principal component analysis of feature extraction prior to k-means clustering with PC equals to 2 to 4. The performance of these datasets were compared during the model development stage during clustering analysis. Next, for model development and model evaluation. For model development, we have performed clustering analysis because our data does not have a ground truth. We did not know how many clusters that will be produced by the end of the project. For clustering analysis, we have performed k-means clustering algorithm as it shows the highest number of clustering analysis performed by previous studies, and because of its fast computation time. Next, for internal clustering validation, we have for model evaluation, we have performed clustering internal clustering validation that is using two approach, that is elbow method and silhouette coefficient. Next, for model optimization, we have performed hyperparameters tuning, which for the default value, we have the following values of 4 with KMIS++ init, and init we have performed 10 and maximum iteration 300 while random state 0. We have performed hyperparameters tuning with the tuning value as follows to get an optimized model. Next, lastly, we have performed statistical analysis using confirmatory data analysis. For the confirmatory data analysis, we have performed one-way ANOVA test and chi-squared test of independence to find the difference of the developed subclusters. Next shows the results and discussion that are divided into three: data exploration and data preparation, model development, and model evaluation and statistical analysis. For data exploration and data preparation, we have summarized that the raw data set consists of 58,119, and we have performed data exclusion, which resulted with 90,171 patient data. 3 steps of data cleaning were performed on the excluded data, as stated before, that is the attributes and patient data enumeration of missing values. We have performed outliers detection. We have performed feature selection of data redaction. Thus, finally, we have 11,124 clean patient data, which only consists of 19% of the raw data set. Lastly, we have finalized 4 numerical features for our model development. There is three features from the previous studies that are age, BMI, and HbA1c, and a new variable named triglyceride glucose index, or TYG index. The following shows the difference between the raw, clean, standardized, and normalized data using default parameters that was integrated with K-means clustering. From these 4 pictures, we can see that large number of data points has intercept with each other for the raw data set and the clean data set, while cluster are more spherical where we have conducted standardized data and normalized data. The figure shows the clustering visualizations graph of standardized and normalized data using default parameter settings without and with PCA, where PCA equals to 2 to 4. From these tables, we can see that when we use PCA, where the PC is equal to 2, they shows that the data is more spherical. The distribution is more equal and it is more spherical in shapes. Thus, we have finalized the model development by performing normalized data with PC equals to 2 as the best approach for K-means clustering model development. The following shows the final parameters setting for type 2 diabetes, which we finally, after hyperparameters tuning, we have 3 clusters and the silhouette score with a 0.39 scores. Okay. Next, for model evaluation and statistical analysis, the following table shows the p-values using ANOVA test between clusters for the final 4 parameters, and we have concluded that all clusters show significant difference as p-values is less than 0.05. The following shows that cluster 3 has the highest age, cluster 2 has the highest BMI, and while cluster 1 has the highest HbA1c and TYG index. From the previous figures of figures 4, we can conclude that cluster 1 is the high insulin resistance diabetes, cluster 2 is the obese related diabetes, and the cluster 3 is the older age related diabetes. From the Swedish subclusters type 2 diabetes we can see that there is a comparison, there is a similarities between our study and archivists where SIRD is equals to the SIRD by Scandinavian, MOBD, which is the high obesity rate, is equals to MOD, and older age diabetes is equals to MARD. We have conducted statistical analysis, which shows the percentage distribution of clusters by any group. We have neglected others ethnicity as the sample size is too small, thus that does not represent the whole ethnic. Next, we can see that the Indians have high insulin resistance, followed by Malay and Chinese. Next, Chinese were mostly diagnosed as the older age compared to Malay and Indians. For next, we can see that for age group, 80% of cluster 3 is older patient. For BMI group, all obesity-related groups show that high percentage of cluster 2. And next, cluster 1 is high prevalence of diabetes group for HbA1c reading, and T3 groups for TYG index classification. For next, we can see that there are high percentage for cluster 1 for insulin resistance related, that are for this one, these three. You can see that they are the highest. And then for cluster 2, they are the highest for food enzyme, for urine protein. And cluster 3 is the highest for the green color is the highest for the following parameters. Next, shows the medications statistical analysis. From the figures, both SU and insulin increases insulin levels in the body. Thus, SU and insulin should not be given to the older age related cluster. Whereas insulin should be prescribed to the highest but unfortunately, insulin was prescribed the highest for the severe insulin resistant cluster. The next shows the chi-squared p-test using chi-squared test of independence. From the graph, you can see that both meglitines and centrally acting drugs were found to have no difference between clusters. This might be because these tools have a low quantity of prescriptions to the patients. There is only one for meglitines and 15 for centrally acting medications. Next, we can see that there are no difference between clusters for these subclusters that are for cluster 1 and cluster 2. There are no difference for glitazones, SCI for cluster 1 and cluster 3, and lastly for alpha glucose inhibitor is ARB and alpha blockers for cluster 2 and cluster 3. They show no differences between these clusters for the medications prescribed. Our limitations and for the following shows the limitation and recommendations. Our limitation is first, the data is extracted from NDR, Johor, and me. So for our regulations, we involve other states, especially Sabah and Sarawak, where there are many other Bumi-Putra ethnicities. Next, the retrospective. It is a retrospective and constitutional data where medications were prescribed. Thus, we can conduct prospective data using time series data to find out more on the prediction. And lastly, cohort validation was not performed. Thus, we can perform developed chemistry clustering on other data source or NDR, or split the database into female and male group. So the key points of this project is 3 clusters can be as insulin resistant related, obese related, and older age related of type 2 diabetes clusters with different clinical characteristics were obtained, where there is various subclusters based on clinical relevant features can offer a pathway personalized healthcare. The following shows the references, and I would like to acknowledge mostly for the research grant, and and MOH for the ethical approval. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nasuha. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting, fruitful sharing. You can see that subclustering helps provide much clearer comparison between ethnic groups, even though the data that you got is only from Johor, right?
Yes.
And even the type of treatment that should not be given, that was awesome. That one was awesome. Okay, now I think we can move on to the next session, which is question and answer. So the first question comes from Ashitra. Okay, what kind of personalization treatment do you suggest once we perform this subclustering? Dr. Nasra?
After we perform the subclustering, we can do based on the previous my results. We can focus on the medications given. From my results, we can see that the 3 different subclusters have different prescribed medications that we can give. Example for cluster 1 and cluster 3, actually, cluster 1 and for insulin resistance and BMI related clusters, we should avoid giving sulfonylurea because these medications can increase insulin, which but however insulin resistance, since the body cannot react to the insulins, we should avoid this sulfonylurea medications. And as for the BMI related, SU can gain, if we provide SU, the patients can gain more weight. So we have to avoid this as sulfur can increase the BMI. So for besides, I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nasra. Okay, we have another question. Hi, Doctor. Based on the new clustering, how is the Malaysian data compared to other countries? Do we have similar demography? Yeah. Dr. Nasra? I think a little bit lagging. Her line, Dr. Nasra?
Hello?
Okay, all right. Dr. Nasra? Yes, you may answer.
I started from my slides. Malaysian for the subclusters, we have compared with the Sweden population, and it shows that the subclusters we developed is similar to the subclusters with the Sweden. But however, since our ethnicities consist of 3 major ethnicities, we can see that there are differences, but differences between the data that we have with the population from Sweden. However, we can previous studies, there are similarities with the Singapore data that they have conducted, that Indians, they already show that Indians have a high insulin resistance, while for Chinese, the Singaporean article stated that Chinese is more pure, more open. They can get a higher chance to get type 2 diabetes at the older age. So we can see the similarities between our population, Malaysian and Singaporean, but not much was taught with on the Malay population. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mariza, for the questions. For my suggestion is maybe the next step is we can we can do a further more research on the other ethnicities, since we have only data from NDR Johor only. Maybe we can do more research on the ethnicity from Sabah and Sarawak, And then maybe the next step after we have performed this, we can focus on the longitudinal data because our data is retrospective. Thus, we are the analysis might be a bit different because medications were prescribed. So after we have a good data, a good model, and a good data, next maybe we can do a policy making to improve the diabetes management in Malaysia.
Okay, we are hoping that we can achieve that in the future, hopefully. Thank you, Dr. Naswa. Okay, actually, I have one question from Dr. Faiz. Based on the new clustering, how is the Malaysian data compared to other countries? Do we have similar demography? Or I think just now it is similar to Lisa. Yeah, okay, all right. Actually, I have another one question. Okay, I believe that there's challenges in managing big data. So how you overcome the challenges?
How do I overcome the challenges is first I do some data exploration. We have to explore data first to see if this data is relevant to our studies or not. So besides, we have to perform many statistical analysis on the data to see if it is a good data or not so good because somehow after performing this one step called correlation analysis, maybe some data is redundant, is not relevant to our studies. So we have to perform data exploration and data analysis. These two is the major thing to perform for big data management.
Yeah, exactly. But congratulations because you managed to overcome at least, right?
Yes.
Study. Okay, I think is there any more question or if none, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nasuha, for your answers. We highly appreciate your presence and wonderful sharing in Meditech today. Hope to meet you again in the near future. With that, I end this session. Over to you, Ms. Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Iza and our beloved speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next session, we kindly request all the participants to take a moment to complete the Google form for afternoon session attendance. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Wan Fahmin to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Fahmin, the floor is yours.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon, everyone. So basically, sound check from me. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I think you have heard me right. Okay. So basically, before we proceed, I would like to introduce our speaker today. And so basically, Engineer Dr. Rini Dermastiti is a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of medical devices and biomedical engineering. So basically, she is affiliated with the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gajah Mada, UGM Indonesia. Hi, Engineer Dr. Rini, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
All right. So basically, furthermore on her background, her expertise and contributions have been recognized for various professional recognitions or designations, such as IPM, Indonesian Professional Engineer and Asian Engineer as well, which basically highlighting her competence and commitment to engineering excellence, not only in Indonesia, but also in the Asian region. So throughout her career, engineer Dr. Rini has been dedicated to advancing the field of biomedical engineering, particularly in the development and innovation for medical devices. So her work basically aims to bridge the gap between engineering solutions and medical challenges, contributing to the improvement of healthcare services and patient care, especially in the field of tribology, biomedical engineering, and ergonomics clusters. So today, Engineer Dr. Rini will be presenting the mechanical and wear properties of UHM's WPE, ultra-high molecular weight of polyethylenes, and cobalt chromium solar for use in knee joint prosthesis. So without further ado, we would like to invite in Engineer Dr. Rini to deliver or share her talk. Please welcome, Doctor.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fahmin, for giving me a chance to present my research. Yeah. This is the title of my presentation, the mechanical and wear properties of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene and cobalt chrome alloy, especially for use in the knee joint prosthesis. This is my name, and my research area is in tribology, ergonomic, and biomedical engineering. I'm from Mechanical and Industrial Engineering Department, and right now I am the head of Master Program of Biomedical Engineering, the Graduate School of Universitas Gajah Mada. Yeah. This is my outline presentation, introduction, methods, results, conclusion, and the last one is challenges and discussion. As we know that the total joint replacement is the most common major surgical procedure to relieve pain and increase mobility of patients suffering from arthritis and other form of damage to lateral joint. And I think all joint prosthesis articulate with a boundary on or mixed lubrication regime. This allows the bearing surfaces to come into contact each other, and it makes the generation of the wear debris. One of the material is by ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene that right now has been widely used as a major bearing surface in the total joint replacement in hip joint prosthesis or knee joint prosthesis. Because this material has the high wear resistance and also low friction and compatibility with body tissue. Another material that is used in knee joint prosthesis is the metallic femoral component made of titanium, stainless steel, and cobalt chrome alloy. And this is the majority of the joint implant for the material. The ultra high molecular weight polyethylene wear debris is a leading cause of failure of the total joint replacement, and we call it osteolysis. This is the one of the failure, the type of failure of the total joint replacement. As we know that the knee joint is the largest joint in the body, and the motion of the normal knee is kinematically complex. Um, the, the motion of the normal knee is about the 6 degree of freedom, and as we see in this picture, we have the femoral component usually made of metal component, and tibial component is the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. Yeah. This is the an example, a commercial total joint prosthesis. This from the Boy anatomic modular knee, and it shows that this one, the femoral component is from cobalt chrome alloy, and the tibial component made of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. The problem is about the wear of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. The purpose of this research is we want to have the long clinical performance of the total artificial joints. So it's mean that the wear of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene should be minimized as little as possible. Yeah, the wear of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene depends on some factors. The first is design, how to design the knee joint prosthesis, about the dimension or the shape or the structure and so on. Another aspect or factor is material, and then the surgical and the patient. As an engineer, we concern much about the design and material. The material for the tibial or femoral component usually made of metal on metal in the combination, or ceramic on polymer, metal on polymer, ceramic on ceramic. Yeah. We know that some of the mechanism of wear of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene caused by surface deformation, burnishing, scratching, abrasion, and so on. Yeah. The consequence of the wear in the knee joint prosthesis, not only biological reaction to the wear debris released to the surrounding joint tissue, but also mechanical, yeah, leading to the further three body wear, yeah, and that's why we have a question that we need to answer: how to reduce the wear of biomaterial that used in the knee joint prosthesis or other type of joint prosthesis. We can make the modification for the metallic component, or also the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. Surface engineering, for example, ion implantation, can be used to improve the surface of the cobalt chrome alloy. And in terms of ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, we can use the molecular orientation by using the method die throwing to make the property of this material mechanical anisotropic. So it's the property of the mechanical and the different direction is different properties. Yeah. The objective of this study is to effect of die throwing test condition on the mechanical and wear properties of oriented ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. In this study, we have two condition. The first is nominal throw ratio is 2. The temperature is 110 and crosshead speed 40 minutes 40 millimeter every minutes. And the second condition is nominal throw ratio 2, the same temperature, and the crosshead speed is much higher to 110 millimeter per minutes. Yeah, this is the equation to calculate the nominal throw ratio. Yeah, this is the dry throwing rate to make the die thrown ultra high molecule weight polyethylene. The die throwing rate consists of this one is a heating chamber, and inside the heating chamber we put a throwing billet, and then there is a grip and load cell. Inside the heating chamber there is a heater to heat the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. We also see in this the left side, this is the specimen for the die throwing, the dimension of the specimen. And if we see in the left side, this is the billet. And if I say before that the temperature is 110 degrees Celsius, and then the speed is there are two speed condition, 40 and 210. Throw ratio is the thickness, the original is the thickness is 12 millimeter and become 6 millimeter. This is the die throwing testing. The next is the tensile testing. After we produce the die thrown ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, we make a tensile specimen taken parallel and perpendicular to the throw direction. Yeah, the thickness of the specimen is 1.6 millimeter. Yeah, and then we did the wear testing. This the one station of the 6 station paint on plate reciprocating wear test.
Oh yeah, thank you. So basically, the line is not in our favor. So we're still waiting for Dr. Rini to reconnect. the connections with us. Okay, so basically her talk is on the developments of material, yeah, UHMWPE with cobalt chromiums, especially in the what we call in the field or in the perspective of fabrical aspect. Okay, so in terms of durability, in terms of safe implantation and so on, we are looking into this. So we are going to wait for Dr. Rini, yeah, to join the sessions again. In the meantime, maybe in case anyone of you yet to fill up the Google form for this evening session, you guys may do so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Dr. Rini.
sorry for
Okay. We are
I'm
waiting
sorry
for
for
you.
the connection.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. May I present my uh how can I uh, okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Um is it in here?
Human and
Yeah.
where testing on the where testing page or
Okay.
slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I'm so sorry because I cannot control the internet. Yeah. This This is the wear testing. We use the lubricant bovine serum inside this, and the paint is ultra high molecule with polyethylene for the paint, and the plate is cobalt chrome. This is the results, the true stress strain curve of diatron material. Compare with the virgin material or the ultra high molecule with polyethylene without treat with the dye drawing test. And this result is ultra high molecule with polyethylene of dye drawn to produce molecular orientation demonstrated a degree of strain hardening in the parallel to throw direction and strain softening in the perpendicular to throw direction. This is for throw ratio 2 and throw speed of 40 millimeter every minute. Yeah, and then the comparison between the different throw speed result that we can see in this picture shows that ultimate tensile strength and energy to failure in the perpendicular direction for a throw ratio 2 at throw speed 40 millimeter per minute, slightly higher than at 210 millimeter per minute, but the properties in the parallel direction were very similar. Yeah. This is the mean wear factor of different materials for unidirectional rough counterface test. There is no significant improvement in the wear resistance for the thrown material or of either throw ratio or in either sliding direction compared to the virgin material. Different with the mechanical property. This is the wear property. This is the relation between surface roughness and the wear factor in the rough counterface wear test. The surface roughness is the important parameter because we see that with the small increasing in surface roughness makes the wear factor also increasing. This one is if the surface of the cobalt chrome we make a scratch and then we do the wear test, it can be seen in this picture that the oriented material of throw ratio 2 give us slight improvement in wear resistance in the parallel direction compared to the virgin material, but had poorer wear resistance in the perpendicular direction. But it's not statistically significant to the 95% confidence limits. Yeah. This is the mean wear factor of different material for the multi-directional scratch counterface test with a 95% confidence limit. We see that the virgin material parallel is similar for the wear factor. This is the conclusion that the ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene ditron to produce molecular orientation demonstrated a degree of strain hardening in the parallel to throw direction and strain softening in the perpendicular to throw direction. And in the unidirectional scratch counterface test, the ditron material of the ratio 2 gave a slight improvement in the wear resistance for sliding in parallel direction compared to the virgin material, but give a poorer wear resistance in the perpendicular direction. However, the results were not statistically significant to the 95 confidence level. Maybe this slide is the more interesting to discuss because we have a challenge and what is the future work and also some the research we already have done before that the total knee replacement in order to improve the performance as related to the wear of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene and depends once again depends on the design, material, surgical, and patient. Maybe there are another factor that we are not write it in here, and especially for design, it's need to design custom-made prosthesis in a certain population. The morphometry and need to be measured. Maybe like Malaysian, Indonesian, we in one we call it a rumpun or population. It's different morphometry with the different dimension with another research that is from Europe and so on. So it's need to do the research according to the and to make a design according to the morphometry morphology of the user population, like us. And in the material, especially for the combination metal on polymer, um, we can do the research how to improve the property of the metal and also the polymer. The metal is cobalt chrome, and also we can use the stainless steel, also the titanium. This is the challenge for us that in this presentation we I only give the result of the wear testing using the pin on plate. Actually, before the product can be used, we need to do the test in the knee joint simulator, like this one. We already have the prototype. Actually, we need to do the more tests in the knee joint simulator. And another things is modification material, surface engineering for the metal, cobalt, chrome, stainless steel, or the titanium. Another challenge is manufacturing, because in our country, especially maybe in Indonesia, I don't know if it's the same in Malaysia. The challenge is we need to produce or to make the medical devices that is every user can be afforded. It's not too expensive like we bought the medical devices from another country. Yeah, so we need to think or to do the research what kind of the process manufacturing process, such as machining, casting, or die drawing. Another things that we need to do together or to do the research is like the instrument and tools. When the surgeon do the total joint replacement surgery, because every product it's need the different instrument and also tools. Beside the study using the experiment, we also can use the modeling and simulation in this study to improve or to produce the real product, that the total joint prosthesis, and then the what is the population that need this device can use it. Yeah. Another things that the challenge, and maybe this one is not the area of the engineer, is like government policy or the orthopedic surgeon and patient rehabilitation and activity is still related to the engineer activity. Yeah, I think it's all of my presentation. Once again, I'm sorry about the left some minutes from this one. This is our program studi Magister of Biomedical Engineering. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Dr. Rini, for wonderful sharing. Very informative in terms of mechanical aspect, mechanical perspective, how this material technically as a part of potential material to be used as a knee processes knee processes application of film. So basically, we have a couple of questions here. One of the highlighted question is that what is the advantage of this material compared to other material?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nurhana, for the question. Yep, this material, cobalt chrome, especially for the metal, is has a higher wear resistant compared to the stainless steel and titanium. But this is the advantage is that where the resistance is higher than other material. And for the why the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, we try to improve with the die throwing. This is especially for the use in the knee joint prosthesis because the dynamic or the motion of the knee joint uh, different with the hip joint. Most of the what is the motion is the translation. So why we want to try to improve, yeah, using the Ditron ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. But the material for the polymer ultra high molecular weight polyethylene is already well established because the compatibility, biocompatibility that is very good and already used for a long time. Yeah. I yeah, we hope I can answer clearly.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So next questions that we have is that from Dr. Lisa. So how long the material can last? Can you explain the rate of wear of this material?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lisa, for the question. Um, when we want to design the total hip joint prosthesis or knee joint prosthesis, there is the requirement or specification of the product. It should be if we this device put inside the body, it can be used for the minimum is 20 years. So that's why until now the research is still doing how to improve the material so that the material can be used about the 20 years, the minimum. Yeah.
I see. Okay. From Dr. Aisha as well. So is it possible this method used for flexion knee implant design?
Yeah. This test or this study is especially the type of the knee joint prosthesis with the with the what is the kind of the device like that I already share in this presentation. Yeah, because we need to study the like what is articulation between two bearing surfaces. Yeah. So only can be used for this type of the knee joint prosthesis. Yeah.
I see. Right. Okay. From Tachitra, so doctor, what is your future recommendations to improve the material?
Yeah. We already have the another study is by using the surface modification or surface engineering to improve the metallic. And from the result of this research, the wear of the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene can be uh, reduced. This one. Thank you for the question. Yeah.
Okay. So do we have more questions from the floor? All right. So basically, I have one question from my side.
Okay.
Interesting topic to discuss with. So basically, talking about the, let's say, like we're looking into impact of passions and surgical techniques. Passions such as age, weight, Yeah, those are the things. So how do you think that all right, this factor technically affect the integrity of the knee joint when you use this kind of materials?
Okay. This is the one parameter how about the design of the how to design the knee joint prosthesis. We have to we have to to include this factor that the weight of the patient or the user should be calculated. So the structure of the what is the dimension of the bearing surfaces, and then the material that we choose can cope the weight of the user or the what is the patient. And also during design this knee joint prosthesis, we also we also put the factor, the maybe we already listen the last presentation about the kit analysis, because
Okay.
the weight is related to the kit analysis, and we have
Okay.
to put consideration about this one in the during the design. Yeah. I
Okay,
hope
okay.
it's answer your question.
Yeah, yeah. At least you get some overview how this thing technically being visualized into
Okay.
human factor, into physical factor, and so on. All right. So I think that should be all for now. And thank you, yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Rini, for
Yeah,
your
thank
insightful
you.
presentation the way and
Hi.
on the way and mechanical
Assalamualaikum.
properties of the materials.
Selamat sore. Good evening.
Oh, Dr.
Selamat
Rini, okay.
sore.
Sehat.
Waalaikumsalam. It's
Dr.
sehat.
Rini.
It's nice to meet you again in
Sure,
this
sure.
forum. Yeah. Thank you for
Uh,
giving me a chance again. Yeah.
okay, and next year we will call again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy
Every year.
to come to Malaysia.
Next year we will have a conference.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we call. We invite you to join our conference, Dr. Rini.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. Indeed. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think there will be a quick what we call presentation from Dr. Adi. So basically, we're going to organize what we call a global conference, an international medical conference next year. So we will invite you again to give a speech on the potential topic regarding to developments of material for the knee prosthesis application. And again, yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Rini, for your
Yeah.
presentations, for your sharing
You're
Q&A
welcome.
sessions. So basically, your expertise, your response for the questions, basically certainly enlighten us how this factor, how this material impact the developments of knee prosthesis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So I think that should be all from Dr. Rini. So over to you, the management for the floor manager. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Fahmin, and our esteemed speaker for your enlightening presentation. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Nurhana to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Hana, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear my voice? Okay, thank you to our MC. I am Dr. Nahana from Meditech UTM. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Angela Ng from Faculty of Medicine, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. Okay, first I would like to introduce Associate Professor Dr. Angela. As Associate Professor Dr. Angela Ng, currently a Senior Research Fellow for the Center for Tissue Engineering and Regenerative Medicine, and also head of a research group called as Tissue Engineering and Regenerative Medicine, also at UKM. And Dr. Angela also is a honorary advisor for the Tissue Engineering and Regenerative Medicine Society of Malaysia, or TESMA. And Dr. Angela has experience in tissue engineering and regenerative research over the past 14 years that cover various types of tissue, including cartilage, nerve, heart, bladder, urethra, cornea, and even extending in creating implantable device with engineered tissue interface. She has filed 7 patents and published over hundreds research articles. Furthermore, she has first-hand experience in establishing a GMP facility for cell and tissue products that's covered on facility layout, training personnel until the clinical trial for cell tissue, as well as exosome-based therapeutic. And more recently, Dr. Angela has been actively developing an ethical and sustainable framework for the translation of regenerative medicine by promoting open collaboration and dialogues between public-private entities. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Angela to deliver her talk with the title Tissue Engineering, Personalized versus Precision Medicine and its Sustainability. Okay, over to you, Dr. Angela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you see my screen? I hope you can. All right, so thank you, Chairperson, again for the introduction.
Presentation
I'm from,
mode?
Yes, it's already on presentation mode. At
Currently,
least on my screen.
our view is on PowerPoint, not slide, not presentation yet.
This, okay, let me try share screen rather than share window. Let me see
Okay.
whether that works.
Okay, take your time, Doctor.
Sorry, I couldn't upload. It's too huge. Okay,
Yeah.
this is sharing screen, meaning I would have to. Okay, I will to share screen. Okay, so now I'm sharing screen. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay. I'm from a Center for Tissue Engineering and Regenerative Medicine, which is a center of excellence under the Faculty of Medicine, UKM. First and foremost, I must thank the organizer for inviting me for this. To me, it's really a very meaningful seminar, webinar, because it really cuts across, I think, many disciplines and address many issues in this field of medical device and biomedical, in this field of biomedical research. And congratulations to the organizer. So, the title that I have chosen for this sharing session, because to align to the theme on personalized medicine. So I thought I would also share my views on
how personalized medicine and precision medicine and its sustainability come into play in tissue engineering. And I've heard previous speakers who talked about tissue engineering and doing precision manufacturing of scaffold. So I hope I'm aligning to whatever that has been said before. All right, so maybe just very briefly, I come from the very old school of tissue engineering. We are very one of the very few early people who work on tissue engineering in Malaysia. So when we started this tissue engineering, it was inspired by this photo that appeared in Science, I think. And so I think this photo of a human ear appearing at the back of a mice really shook the world. Of course, some have negative perspective of it, and some have think that were very hopeful of a new field of medical treatment. Anyway, here I guess maybe to the audience here, it may not be foreign to you that tissue engineering, it's in a way it's an approach to assemble a tissue construct that is similar to at least physiologically and structurally similar to the tissue or organ that is damaged and to be replaced. But of course, in a more broad manner, tissue engineering now is considered a part of regenerative medicine, where in a broader sense, we are not only trying to create construct, we are also utilizing other biologics to stimulate resident tissues, resident cells in the body to regenerate. Right, so maybe some of you may be familiar that the triad of tissue engineering primarily consists of very simple concepts, but their interaction is very complex. So we have cells, biomaterials, and signals that should all come together in synergy to regenerate the tissue, to replace or to repair the damaged tissue. And here in CTERM, in short, the center that I'm affiliated with, the idea is to obtain cells and tissues from the patient so that we could engineer something personalized to the patient. And where their cells would be expanded in vitro, and there and along the way we would have a scaffold or a carrier for the cells, and subsequently the combination of this scaffold with the cells would need to be further stimulated, so there would be some maturation of tissue that you hope to see before implanting it back to the patient. So why personalized? I think this is also quite obvious, because for patients that come in, there are different anatomical, the affected tissues may occur at different anatomical sites. And it may be of different dimension. For example, a skin defect would have of different dimension from a person who has suffered a traumatic injury or a burned who has suffered burns injury, and the cause of tissue defect differs. For example, a traumatic injured skin and one that is caused by burn, the kind of tissue defect and the residual host tissue reaction is actually very different. And not to mention that every patient would have different regenerative capability. I'm sure many of us can relate that when we were younger, probably we can recover better in many ways, even in terms of skin repair, it would be much faster as compared to someone older. And of course, patients also come with different expectations and different needs. sometimes depending on their work, they may need something to be more functional. I mean, to be highly functional as compared to someone who is sedentary and may need regeneration just for aesthetic purposes. So, so when we say personalized, I think in many times we thought of it as the focus is on the design, we customize and adapt the specific needs of the patient, and we adjust according to the patient specific sizing and come up with modular components that can adapt to the patient. Then next is why precision. Again, I think I'm talking to engineers who know better than a biologist. I consider myself as a hybrid. And so if it's the design is crude, there's of course a misfit in the region that we are trying to repair, and there is this notion that the more is better, which we know that is not true, and we should reduce redundancy. And even more important is sometimes the more the better. When it's off target, then there could be side effects. And I'm saying this very broadly because precision could also not really be limited to the design of the device or the scaffold it is in this context, but it's also the cells and the biologics that it carry. Okay, so here precision may skew towards the focus on measurement and the analysis, that it has to be as precise and real time as possible. And I guess humanity has always been pushing for precision, from with the beginning of microscopy, that journey has not end. And I think with the pushing the barrier to look at something smaller and finer opens up a whole new world for us, and then the ability to control at that level is amazing. So why sustainability? I guess in today's context, sustainability is applied everywhere. We have S17, we have the 17 SDG that we are aiming to achieve globally. So we talk about resource conservation, that since we are in the manufacturing, the business of manufacturing, so we shall be as responsible in our consumption as possible. And we talk about reducing environmental impact, and then of course sustainability is not just in the material or the processing, but it's also looking at I think various aspects of the research and till its commercialization, and till its clinical application, and its commercialization. And I think earlier speakers had, especially in the morning, had pointed out how important it is to incorporate this feasibility study at very early onset. And hence the center, the CTERM center, which is situated in the clinical block of the hospital, Chancellor Tunku Mukhris, I think is really strategic, because we work very closely with clinicians and surgeons, and we are in the same building as the ward and also the operating theatre. That allows us to have a very close interaction with and to apply our research in a very close to a clinical context, where clinicians would give their feedbacks. Right. So, and the other one is not to forget the regulatory compliance. We also heard it this morning, and also I think a lot of it is also education and awareness. For example, stem cell, the issue of ethical issue, or stigma against stem cell. So all this has to be addressed as well. And so we also talk about ethical sourcing of our materials, because most of these cells are come from patient donors, living donors. And so I talked about earlier that we also want to reduce wastage. And another one would be, there's always this idea that, you know, we want to upscale because, you know, upscaling does maybe reduce the cost of manufacturing or production, but this is really in conflict with what we are trying to do here, because we are trying to personalize. So so when we talk about sustainability, there's always this balance that we have to focus on, and so we would try on this we will have to consider maybe sometimes a hybrid of natural material and synthetic material, or more flexible kind of concept where you have certain part that can be upscale and certain part can be customized. You know, that very small bit that can be customized, you know, can be a good solution. So I would like to maybe make a case study here on bone tissue engineering to give everyone a perspective how we apply precision, personalization and sustainability in our research. In this study, the aim was to repair critical size bone defects. When we say critical size bone defect, it means that the defect is so large that by nature, if left alone, it would never get repaired. So these are instances where the fracture is so complex that that there is always a need for surgery to clean up all the debris, or in this case, it's so large that, you know, you need to really have something very big to fill up. So there are limitations in current approaches. We won't go into detail, but each of these has its own limitations, and therefore we are looking at tissue engineering as tissue engineered bone as an alternative. So first we have to start with, you know, remember the triad that of tissue engineering. So in terms of cells, we try to go for cells that are easy to be and easy they are easily available. So here I'm just showing here, this list is not exhaustive, but tissues that often are thrown away, discarded in surgeries. So you can see this list includes fat, skin, and even bone marrow. So when we started bone tissue engineering, we look at tissues that we can salvage. So this includes periosteum, meaning so you have pieces of bone that has broken, and so we can take the periosteum, the membrane that covers the bone. We can also collect the cortical bone, the chips, and the cancellous bone, which is the trabecular bone, the spongy one, and even the marrow that has spilled out of the long bone. So all these can be salvaged, and we can grow them in the lab. So here it just shows you they are morphologically different. And so when we culture these cells from different sources, from the same, even if they are from the same patient, this one has got a number of N. I did not show here, but this is from a combination of few patients, but it shows that they have different capability to grow. So here, cell doubling time would mean the time for it to double, proliferate. So the higher the bar, it means that the slower it is. So you can see here periosteum fare the best. This is the layer of tissue that covers the bone. It's obvious because this layer of bone, this layer of membrane contain all the progenitor cells to supply to the bone whenever there is fracture. So they are ready to repair and proliferate as compared to bone marrow. So that's So then, however, when we grow them, we also try to induce these cells so that they can mineralize and make bone. So again, all these tissues, the cells from these different parts of tissues would have different capability to grow. Here you can see, again, periosteum seem to be superior because they already start to make bone even before we implant it in the body. So outside the body, when we culture them in a tissue construct, they already mineralize and make bone spiccules. And you can see the black stain stains for calcium. So it shows that mineralization has started to happen. So that's the beginning of bone deposition. So, however, cut the story short, we have finally realized that MSC, which is mesenchymal stromal cells that are derived from these various sources, seem to be the most abundant, meaning we are getting fat, rather than depend on the bone itself, which sometimes can be so contaminated if the surgery is an open fracture, so it's all dirty. So these are tissues that when we can harvest, and we can still keep it very relatively uncontaminated. And so this is the source that is this MSC is the same source that we can get from bone marrow. So we can get it from fat, from umbilical cord, from the tooth, and also from peripheral blood. And here I'm just again to impress on you that, as our cells differentiate, it goes from osteoprogenitor, and, it will slowly mature and mineralize. And along the way, you can see different genes are expressed at different levels, and they also come in sequentials. So certain genes are expressed first in the osteoprogenitor, and some genes are only expressed at the later stage during mineralization. And we use that as a guide to see, if we externally induce these cells with growth factors, like here, insulin-like growth factor, then we would understand whether what genes are being upregulated, and whether also they increase in proliferation rate. So these were work that has been done even during my PhD. It was very long ago, just to impress upon you that every of these factors that we use to stimulate our cells, we'll have to look at its response. Okay. All right. So however, these external stimulus, which is from the growth factor, are very expensive. So again, it's not so sustainable. And so finally, we have decided to embark on using the patient's own plasma, which is very rich in these factors. So we quantify them, and we find a way how we can store them in a way that we can retain its growth factor. So this is plasma just from a patient's own blood that we can isolate. Not isolate, we can enrich the growth factors. So finally, we have also decided to use ceramic, which is a very obvious choice when we do bone tissue engineering, because calcium phosphate is a natural component of the bone anyway, and has great biocompatibility with our bone cells. So here, this particular study, we are using ceramic cells, which is MSC, and plasma that we make into an engineered bone. And we have tested this across different species, from mice to rabbit to sheep. And it shows good regeneration. And so finally, are we ready? But here, before going into human, we thought that we should also do a bit more customization. So we wanted to embark on 3D printing. However, at that time, we don't have printers that can print ceramic. So what we did was we used patients' CT scan, and we instead do the mold so that we can cast the ceramic. So this is really the early days of trying to customize something again using our patient CT scan. So here you can see it's as a ceramic that is composed of dense and porous ceramic that we are trying to replace the long bone of the patient. So we tested this in sheep first. Okay, so of course sheep are not so cooperative because they will be jumping a lot. But however, it survived. So this is just a proof of concept. So this is the sheep that upon surgery they would have already on their own 2 feet. So So there's a lot of things that you can't control in sheep. So that the material would have to even bear that kind of very early mechanical loading. But in human, we thought it's different because human, you can ask the patient to, subject themselves to not to load on their limbs first until a certain period where we think that, a certain strength has come in to their to the new bone. Next, the challenge was to have a GMP facility, and here in CITEM, we are very fortunate that we are overseeing the operation of this GMP facility, which is on the 12th floor. So these are the staff working in the GMP facility. So this is an example of the actual case of a patient that we were trying to treat. It was very challenging because this is the first time. So we were only 3D printing the mold to cast the ceramic, and which consists of the porous and the dense component. So the dense was to mimic the cortical bone, and the porous was to mimic trabecular bone, where the cells would be seated on the porous part of the scaffold. Then we obtain bone marrow from the patient, and using vacuum suction, we seeded the MSCs that has been expanded for a few passages in the lab. And finally, we incubate this construct for 2 to 3 weeks, and eventually the patient received the construct. So this is a patient who was in his early 20s, but has already been wheelchair bound for over a year. So this is not a pristine, it's not a clean cut, as like when we do animal study, it's a clean cut. So this is 1 month after, more than a year after his injury, and after various intervention, he has received bone graft, but yet it still failed. So these are the patients that we offered this experimental product. And so this is the process of putting in the tissue engineered construct. So it's not perfect, but it's as close as we could, because even the defect was not a pristine cut. There are already new bones growing here and there, because this has already gone on for more than a year. And this is a patient, the exact date I can remember, but it's probably around 3 years later. So he was very grateful from someone who was wheelchair bound for over a year, like 1.5 years, and he's able to walk again. And next is also another patient who suffered osteomyelitis and receiving a similar bone construct in his femur. And this is how he walks. 20s. These patients are active, are active, and they have lead active lifestyle, and started to work. In fact, the earlier patient has even got married and given, has his own child. So it's very comforting to know that the tissue engineered bone could provide them that sort of quality of life. So challenges ahead, regulatory. So this is a hybrid product, it's a medical device and drugs. Cells are considered drugs. So we would need more funding as usual. And so part of the regulatory challenge is how eventually we could get this license regulated as a combinatory product, and also to conduct a first in-human clinical trial in Malaysia. And we talk about sustainable sourcing. So ever since that case, we have already identified this plasma is really very useful for tissue engineering, and we have started collecting what we call expired plasma from the hospital and also from the National Blood Bank. And we are also looking at maybe incorporating more greener processing technique, like using supercritical CO2 technique. So we are also thinking along the line that, you know, instead of using synthetic material, we can also use all the tissues, the redundant bones that we collect from the hospital, that we can devitalize and decellularize this tissue using green processing technique and eventually use them as scaffold. So take home message, we still think that our approach should be patient-centered. However, it should be data-driven. So with more information on the patient's ability to regenerate, this could be we can be informed from certain mRNA screening, looking at certain what I call expression of matrix protein, for example, in this bone, matrix protein that is related to bone regeneration, whether they are defective, you know. So these data would be, I think, important in future, and yeah, we should be targeted. We should, you know, conserve our resource using biological waste that we can collect from the hospital. And of course, we should also be ethical in our sourcing. With all these patients received written informed that we have gotten written informed consent from all our patients, and we should also do an early market feasibility study on our products. So last but not least, I'd like to end with saying that, you know, we found that really the value is not in the things that we discover, but is how we can build the relationship. So it's the interaction of the factors that are exciting, not the factors itself. So with that, I just like to acknowledge many people in the team. But maybe I'll show pictures that is nice. There we have surgeons, and we have veterinarians in our animal study, and you may even recognize that we have two colleagues from Syrim. They help us in the 3D printing, and surgeons and researchers from UKM who has you know, contribute to this project, and of course to the center, ever growing and ever passionate researchers, young researchers here for their support. All right, so that's all for my sharing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Angela, for your very interesting and insightful speech. Okay, we have a few questions. Okay, the first question from Miss Alisa. That was an excellent presentation, Doctor. Regarding sustainability in personalized tissue, regarding sustainability in personalized tissue engineering beyond biological waste management, could you discuss other methods? Maybe the question is want to ask the alternative beside the biological waste. Is there other alternative to replace the biological waste? If we have reduced number of biological waste, what are other alternatives for this personalized material?
I understand you correctly, Dr. Lisa. It's when sustainability is not just about resource management, it goes beyond. And I think I just briefly mentioned that it is also in responsible consumption. And also the what I call the environmental impact of our processing. So so when we talk about sustainable, when you say, like, you know, not just we are not just looking at biological waste, but that is obvious because we are in a hospital. But we have many colleagues who are working on nature-inspired material and also nature material, like for example using palm waste, to make scaffold, and what else? I think that's where like chitosan comes in, using shells. So these are, I think, and also collagen. We have collagen from, so our center I think we were one of the first group, at least in Malaysia, to start using sheep tendon as a source for our collagen. The reason being because we were doing so much of animal study, and we throw away all these bones and all this tissue, and we felt that maybe there's something good that we can make use of. So I think don't look too far. I think just look at your surrounding. I think making use of sources available to you, and you think it's really important, and look at its sustainability, as in like this source, whether it can be something sustainable. So being in the hospital, we felt that this resource is sustainable to us because every day we receive this biological waste from the hospital. Yeah. I hope I addressed part of it.
Yes, very clear. Okay. And next we have second question from Tashitra Subramaniam. Great presentation, Doctor. How promising the nature-inspired material, like you said just now, chitosan and so on, will be in our real life applications?
So it is very real. I just gave you an example of when I said nature inspired, it just means that we look at the structure in nature and we are trying to mimic, but I'm also referring to natural material, like that from plants and from our marine life. I think in Europe there is a big movement trying to use marine life waste. Say for chitosan is one of them. So especially in countries where they feel that they have a lot of access to this marine life waste, they were using fish skin, fish bone, shells, cockles, even corals, right? So whatever that is presented as a source that is not harmful to the environment, in fact, you are helping to create a circular economy. So these are all the materials that have been explored, even sponge, algae, whatever that you're getting off, that's where you can extract your polymers, right? Your algae can be used as your polymer. So they are real. So instead, in real life, these are, so the first thing is after you assess the availability of this source, is to look at its bio compatibility. So usually the very early on phase, we would assess its biocompatibility. So once it's biocompatible, then only you look at how you can improve its mechanical property to suit your application. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And we have next question from Dr. Nurjihada Izzat Ismail. Thank you, Doctor, for a great and informative sharing. Based on your experience, what are the challenges during scaffold fabrication, especially for personalized treatment?
So, when we talk about scaffold fabrication for personalized treatment, maybe we are only looking at on the aspect of the design. Really, it is whether you can image. You get so very much we depend on the imaging tool or the precision of our imaging tool. So I showed to you earlier I was using CT scan, right? So the resolution of your CT scan will allow you to create very precise dimension of the scaffold that you're trying to manufacture. So but soft organs in the body would be a bit more challenging, but we have also other imaging tools like MRI, ultrasound, to help us get the exact dimension or the site that we are trying to repair. So and skin, I think the obvious one is is also skin, where is on the outset. So these are things that you can have very specific imaging tool and accurate sizing before you make the skin construct. In fact, our center, there's a researcher that's actively working on this. He's Prof. Fauzi, so he is using 3D printer to just print exactly the dimension so that there's no wastage, right? So you don't have to make lots of skin and lepas tu nak potong lagi. So this is exact, and then you can even control the cell distribution when you print. So and create layers of different cell type on that engineered skin. So that is and they are informed by the exact size and depth of the skin defect before they start. Yeah. So that is the what do you call? That is the current state, and I'm sure in future, if when we come, I think now very much when you say like 3D printing, we are still in search of the best 3D, or printing material, right? So we are all also, most of us are using extrusion technology. So, but I think besides the size of the nozzle, but it is really the polymer characteristics, whether it would be able to polymerize at a rate, and it has the mechanical what I call mechanical characteristics that you hope for. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your very long explanation. And we have next question from Mufika Taufikia. Thank you, Doctor, for the sharing. Could you please explain the method your team used to fabricate the scaffold? Did you use 3D printing or another approach? I think this question refers to the one that ceramics with plasma materials.
All right.
think so.
Okay. So yeah. So we use a lot whatever methods that is available to us. So in CTEM, because we are not an engineering lab per se, so but we do have a 3D bioprinter. We do have a 3D bioprinter, but that is a bioprinter, so it only prints polymer. So so for the material that I showed you, the mold was we printed the mold using PLA, but the casting of the mold, so we used that to cast our ceramic, and the ceramic was a combination of hydroxyapatite and tricalcium phosphate. Is a certain ratio, and we make it porous, so we cast it. So it's casting on a 3D printed mold against the CT image. So that was the method. But apart from that, we do work with our engineering counterpart, where they use compression, or even we have molding, extrusion molding to make scaffold. So again, we are. I really think that engineers and biologists should really work together to come up with this solution. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I have one question from from myself. Okay. I would like to know what is the perception of Malaysian on this kind of treatment. They say just now you show two guys with your implants, maybe bone implanting, right? So is it hard to get like a subject, or is it a distinct how the perception us Malaysian, is it we're ready to adapt to this kind of technology, or we still go to the traditional traditional treatment?
We will. I think we are pleasantly surprised. In fact, most Malaysians are very receptive to this technology. In fact, they would be the one who would want to try. I think our risk the threshold very high. I think Malaysians, especially when they find that currently the technology or the treatment is not so what do you call effective. They are certainly, like for example, we are also starting a trial for cartilage regeneration using MSCs. The queue is long. There will be many who will come to us, whether they to be the experimental subject, they volunteer to be clinical, to be a clinical trial subject. So in fact, I would say Malaysians have think very positively of this
Okay,
technology.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad to hear about that because when I'm also in this kind of field, so I'm glad to hear that we have like a demand or the position of our mission is same like what we are going to do. Okay, so do we have more question? No, okay. So uh, I would like to thanks again Associate Professor Dr. Angela Ng, and thank you very much for spend your time with here today. So we will invite you again for other events, conference, or another next year symposium. Okay. So on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to thank you very much and hope we can meet again. I meet in future online or in physically. Okay. Thank you a lot, Dr. Angela. Okay. Mm, okay. Okay, now welcome back. We move to our last speaker for S Meditate 2004. So I would like to invite Dr. Ehsan Falahia Rizauda to into stage. Dr. Ehsan, can you hear my voice? Okay, Dr. Ehsan.
Doctor, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Okay, hi Dr. Ehsan. Okay, we are
All right.
glad to hear your voice. Okay, so before you
All right.
continue your speech or presentation, I would like to introduce a little bit on Dr. Ehsan. Dr. Ehsan Falahia
All
Rizauda,
right. All
I
right.
hope I spell it right. He's an assistant professor at Department of Industrial Engineering at University of Guilin, Iran. Dr. Ehsan obtained his PhD from University of Technology Malaysia in the field of industrial engineering. And Dr. Ehsan also was a postdoctoral fellow at University of Technology Malaysia during 2017 until 2018. For your information, Dr. Ehsan is expert in mathematical optimization and biomedical devices. Dr. Ehsan research activities are currently focused into two main research area. The first research area is the development of mathematical model in biomedical case, and the second major research team is on the tissue engineering development. So today, without further delay, I would like to welcome Dr. Ehsan to deliver his speech on the title of Nanofiber-Based Scaffold Fabrication, Characterization and Optimization for Tissue Engineering Hardware. Over to you, Dr. Ehsan. You may share your slide.
Thank you, Doctor. I have shared now. Can you see the slides?
So far, I cannot, not yet. Okay, yeah. The slide is currently is loading. Okay.
All right. Whenever everything is okay, I can start my speech.
Yeah, okay. It's still loading here. So currently, what time is at your country, Dr. Ehsan?
It's now 12 p.m. 12, exactly 12:10 p.m.
12
Almost
PM.
4.5 before
12:10
Malaysia, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, currently we are 4:40 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Still
I've been in
loading.
Malaysia for around 10 years. I'm half
Oh,
Malaysian.
you have been here for, okay, for your PhD as well as postdoc.
The master, the PhD, and the postdoc.
Okay, from you stay here for your
Yeah.
master, PhD, and postdoc. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you wish to
I'm
come
totally
back
loyal.
to here?
Yeah, I'm totally loyal to UTM.
Yeah. You are our lawyer alumni. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. The slide is still loading, but from our side, we try to, yeah, share on behalf of you. Can you email the slide to Dr. Aisha? Because your
Actually,
slide is
my
still
slide is based on
lagging.
the Prezi. Is it okay? It's not the PowerPoint. It's based on the Prezi.
Okay.
I think that the
Okay.
internet is.
Can you share? We try to share. Okay, and you can also share the link to add to this chat box in this stream yet.
I also tried, but I cannot do that.
Macam mana?
Actually, this file size is greater than 34 meg. I cannot do email.
Can you share the link? Is that online version? Okay, we can see you now, Dr. Ehsan. Okay, can you share your link for the slides? Or you want to try to? Yeah, still loading.
My slide is still loading, correct?
Yeah, yeah, your slide is still loading.
think that the volume of this file is too
In the
high.
size. Can you share the link here?
I don't have any link. I don't have any link. It's just a exe file.
Okay. Okay.
Is it okay if I do start my presentation?
Yeah,
Waiting
you
to
can.
load.
Yeah, you can try again. Maybe you can stop and try again. But here at my side is still loading. Is it possible to convert the file into the PDF?
I'm not sure. I have to check. Not possible, doctor. I tried to do it, but I cannot change to the PDF.
To our listener, I apologize for the technical issue. Okay, please
Yeah.
be patient and we will come back after we solve the problem. Okay, so this is our
All right.
last speaker, Dr. Ehsan. So please stay tuned. After that, we have a closing.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to share my slide to Dr. Aisha by the Google Drive. Let me just check this one. Today the internet speed is very low here. I'm sorry to disturb your symposium.
Okay, okay. So have you shared to Google Drive to me? Have you shared the Google Drive link to me?
Yeah, it's currently down. Let me just share. I also sent the link here for your consideration.
Now I'm trying to download your file.
All right.
Dekat mana? Cik Noor. Nanti kat mana? Dekat tempat di Meditech. Now we are downloading the file. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Jangan lari, jangan lari. Okay, Dr. Ehsan, we have tried to download your material, but the file has like have an error, so we cannot open. Okay, do you have other alternative?
What was the problem that you cannot open?
Yeah, we cannot. I cannot. We have download the file, but we can open. It's like you give some error. Okay, so or maybe okay. I have we have one suggestion. You just is it possible without the slide? We can like you can describe to us what is your research? Okay, is it possible, Dr. Ehsan?
voice is not clear, doctor.
Okay, doctor. Can we continue the session by you talking without using the slide? Okay. Maybe we can like you can share to us a little bit on your job or your current research activity. Is it okay, doctor? Okay, Dr. Hassan, we have other suggestion. Okay, since you cannot, sorry, give it.
Doctor, I don't have your voice clearly. Unfortunately, I
Okay,
cannot understand
all
what
right,
you are talking
all right,
about.
all right. Okay, I try to explain more.
I
Okay,
think that
okay, Dr. Hassan, we have
internet is
currently
weak.
we have two suggestions. Can you give the speech without the slide? And the second option, after this, can you record your presentation? Can you record the presentation in video and share to us? And then we can display in our YouTube as part of this symposium. Is which one? Okay, because we cannot access your, can open your the file that you shared just now. Okay, doctor. Do you have, what is your preferring? Tak. Right. Okay. To all our audience. Okay. Sorry for the technical error. Okay. So due to that, we decide to end this symposium as method to the fall. Before that, I will pass this stage to our MC, Miss Tashi, for the closing speech. Okay. Over to you, Tashi.
A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Hannah and also our moderators for their invaluable guidance throughout the conference. And we also extend our gratitude to all our invited speakers and participants for their insightful presentation and active engagement. Before we conclude today's conference, we kindly request all the participants to take a moment to fill out the Google form for your attendance of this afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw the curtains on the S Meditech 2024. Throughout this conference, focused on healthcare devices, precision medicine, and also regenerative medicine, we have witnessed insightful discussion on groundbreaking research and also invaluable networking opportunities that paved a way for transformative breakthrough in healthcare. We also extend a warm invitation to join us at S Meditech 2025 and also I Meditech 2025 next year. We look forward to your contribution and participation to these exciting events. We eagerly anticipate reconnecting with you in the near future. Until then, take care and farewell. Thank you.